le jingle. Bien, bonjour.
Hello, everyone. It's really nice of you to come so early. I would like to say hello to the 300,000 people who are following us online. That's actually the novelty of this edition. I would like to thank the Minister of the Economy, the man behind the economy of this country, Bruno Le Maire. We should have a round of applause, a big round of applause for Mr. Le Maire. It looks like a Comintern meeting in 1936, actually. We have 45 minutes ahead of us. You all know everyone. The idea is quite straightforward. For 1 day and a half, we've been handling with a lot of enthusiasm the title of this edition is How to Succeed in Reinventing the World. And we also have short-term visions. That's actually the hard thing, is that we have to strike the right balance between the two. And what is stimulating is that we wanted to actually turn towards Mr. Le Maire as an eminent figure of reflection and literature. And we would like to get out of the traditional economy to ask him the following question as a start. If we were to reinvent the world, what is the project? So we are trying to get back to the optimism that we had 6 months ago. Maybe we should not reinvent the world, but try to instill some happiness again in the world. That would actually make it easier. The rounds of applause, you can keep them for afterwards because I'm sure it will be amazing. And I'm going to give the floor to Bruno. On this first question, how can we actually reinvent the world? What does it mean, reinventing the world? And then we'll have our friend Françoise and everywhere else.
Thank you, Jean-Hervé. Thank you all. I'm not sure that in the Comintern in 1936, people were working on Sunday morning at 8:30. I'm not sure about that. So, thank you. I'm very grateful to be in such a large number so early on a Sunday morning. I'll spare you a long introduction on the reinvention of the world, reinventing or not. The world is changing anyway, and the world has changed significantly in the last few years, and then the process is accelerating. Things go in the right direction, good, and we also tend to forget that. I would like to mention a couple of evolutions that go in the right direction. We had a COVID crisis, as you know, pandemic, and we found a vaccine against the pandemics in a couple of months. It is an amazing performance. So there will be technological and scientific evolution in the world which are quite remarkable. We are actually, especially thanks to the new generation, we're becoming aware of the climate urgency. So this is a positive evolution 5 years ago, 10 years ago actually. Those were part of the little catchphrases that we put at the end of a speech, but nobody really was so aware, or it wasn't obvious for everybody to fight this climate change or mitigate climate change. We've been dealing with the most dramatic financial crisis in 2020, and instead of having a divided Europe, we decided to have a common debt for the European continent. This is a very positive trend, and as always, there is a sort of a shifting. There are things that we would like to wish and to hope for, and there is also the pullback, the regression, sometimes unexpected from continent where we would expect something else. The decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on abortion is the worst pullback of a Western democracy in a century. And we have to understand what it means. What makes the strength of liberal democracies? It's not their economy. Others do as well as we do, like China. It's not their scientific knowledge. Others are replacing us. Asia China again. It's not our military might. Unfortunately, Russia has shown us that she has a military power similar to us. What makes a difference between liberal democracies and the rest of the world is the acknowledgement of individual rights. And when an individual right as fundamental as abortion is challenged by one of the largest, if not the largest, liberal democracy of the world, it's the very spirit of Tocqueville and of liberal democracy and the US democracy which is damaged, crashed. Because we French look for reasons to fight, well, we must assert individual rights, we must reinforce the right to abortion, and we have to make it a reason for collective reason and insert it into the French Constitution. So I'll mention two other regressions in this shifting of the world. First one is, of course, the return of war within Europe. I mean, here, for a large part of you believe in Europe. Here, a large number of participants fight for Europe to be a peace continent, and unfortunately, we see war coming back in Ukraine today, and possibly in Europe as we know it tomorrow. So, we should not handle lightly Vladimir Putin's threats. And the third regression that worries me, and I'm saying this in front of Lionel Zinzou, the divergence we always fight for with the fight against with President Macron. You know, the divide between Europe and Africa is increasing. This difference between the North and the South was narrowing for the last few decades. Poverty, famine, economic disorder and chaos regress. COVID was the first attack where we were putting 10 billions of euros to protect our economies, while African states were not able to invest the same amounts of money. And they, again, you know, hit by famine, by lack of wheat, by lack of farming agricultural products. And I want you, all of you, to become aware of the absolute necessity there is to continue our support to the economic development in Africa, to fight against climate change, Africa being one of the first victims, and to establish the European-African partnership and priority of the coming century. And on all those topics, Jean-Hervé, France has something to say. And it is the only one to be able to say it, because all of you, as French citizens, the inheritors of the Lumière who fought for all the human rights, and you are the inheritors of such movements. And at a time when the country like the US can no longer fight for its value and is becoming an antagonistic country, we French people have to give the image of a people which is united around this fundamental value of liberty, equality, brotherhood. So we're so close to the African continent. We have an entwined history with African countries. We have to make the fight against the fight against the difference between Africa and Europe. We are a scientific nation. We've been able to create renewable energy. We have a nuclear power capability, which is essential. We should not be led by false ideas and obscurantism, and say that nuclear energy, science, knowledge, innovation are the best response to the climate change.
Je me suis trompé tout à l'heure, c'est parce que c'est quand même plus vivace que ça.
Comintern is 1939, actually. I forgot about that. I just wanted to mention this. So let's talk about things that are closer to us. As a great democratic nation, we need to have a healthy economy. We know that there are a certain number of things that could be of concern. We've seen that in the French economy, the industry. We've had also seen recently that they were not, that they didn't have the necessary weapons to address the problems in terms of import, for instance. We have also the energy transition, you've said it. We have to succeed, but that actually requires significant investments. Also the education system, the information coming from the school system, from about the children's capacities, it seems that it's quite of concern. We have not raised the bar in the level in terms of education, and so it seems that we have quite straightforward challenges such as the energy transition, the industry and the education. But there are also constraints in the present time, inflation, purchasing power. Can we manage both? Isn't there a contradiction between satisfying the meeting today's constraints? I'm thinking about everything you do to maintain the purchasing power, which is quite ambitious, but it's also costly. And also the long-term vision. If we actually address the short term, actually we hamper the long-term vision because we'll have too many debts and we won't have the capacity to deal with the long-term projects.
A country always needs an orientation, a heading, and what is essential. To understand what is essential for me, what is essential, and I've said it several times, and I won't dwell on the topic, is education. And I would say education in the broad meaning of the word, education and culture. We must find ourselves again. We are a nation based on culture, on reasoning, a nation of balance, equilibrium, of moderation. And when I see the extremes which are on the front stage right now, who say just about anything on every topic, who ignore science, reason, we are shifting away from what we are as a people, we're shifting away from what we are as a nation. Education, culture must be our main long-term objective, the only one, the only one that counts, but because a non-educated, non-cultured nation which has cut its cultural roots is no longer a nation. This is my long-term objective. Then, of course, we have to deal with short-term issues, we have to think ahead, like Pascal, short-term, and behind that of the long-term. My long-term one is education, culture, and the purchasing power. Purchasing power is absolute priority, but when you drive when you run around in France, I did walk, and you have employees from a Liber factory in Colmar. They build magnificent civil engineering machines, and said, we don't come to work because it costs too much for us. You're very happy, Mr. Le Maire, with your story as a factory, and so, but give me the 150 euros I need every month to come to get my car and come to the factory. Yeah, my absolute priority is that there should be a text on the purchasing power of the population that will make it possible to help those who really need it. And I will be very clear, those who really need it. We've started by fighting against inflation with a general coverage. Everybody enjoyed it. Many of you are here, actually. But tomorrow, this will no longer be the case. We need to target supports to those who really need it in terms of efficacy, justice, and to pay attention to public finance. 18 centimes of euro for liter of fuel to everybody, but tomorrow, as of October 1st, we will target fuel support to those who have to take their cars to work and who are part of the modest, the least favored categories of the nation or the lower middle class. It is a political choice, difficult to argue for, but it is coherent with our working policy, our labor policy. Now, second, employment. We have to target full employment. Here in X, everybody followed at the same speeches. We can make products. Our factories can run, our companies can function, our restaurants can open, hotels are full, but we can't find the labor, the manpower. It's quite, don't choose the word you like, but it's, you have so much employment, we're not yet at full employment, and so many companies which are looking for employees. So clearly, in September, we'll have to deal with this as an absolute priority. The shortage of manpower is the key urgency point to be dealt with in the coming weeks. The second urgency, which comes just after purchasing power. Third one, and I will be clear on that subject, no ambiguity, is to restore the health of our public finances. And I'm saying in front of Jean-Claude Trichet, who clearly agrees with me. We have to restore public finances. It's an issue of independence, freedom, and sovereignty. I said that we've reached a red line, you know. Well, basically, the financing conditions today are no longer the one that existed yesterday. Yesterday, as a Minister of Finance, I could raise money of 10 years at 0%. So sometimes I even had negative interest. Mr. Le Maire, we lend you money. We pay you to lend you money at one stage. Now it's me, us, who have to pay. Inflation will multiply the debt, the charge of the debt, you know, and this is it's going to cost us 12 billion euros. Do you think we can go on like this? No, it's absolutely not. So each euro will count, and we can't do just about everything. So I would rather say it as clearly as this before we look at the text on the purchasing power in the National Assembly. We'll have to go even further to restore public finances. We know we don't have to pay attention to each euro. You have to target. Patrick Cartus, a great economist, said with full employment we will solve 90% of the problems of France. I share this appreciation, but we have to reduce expenditures. And in the finance project 2023, we have to start looking at the expenditures we will reduce. And since I've been a Minister of Economy and Finance for quite a while now, you're all aware of that. So let's change radically our method to reduce expenditures. The Minister of Finance would come by saying, okay, this is a list of expenditures we're going to reduce. Well, you know, you can barely open your mouth and is being shut down. So this cannot, not possible, all too dangerous, too sensitive to this, to that, you know. Take your expenditure reduction proposal and long live new expenditures. This is the way it goes each time. But this time I will say it, we don't have a choice. We have to engage ourselves into the reduction of public expenditures. Concrete proposals in my new methods. Well, first and foremost, it will be the members of parliament who will deal with us. And no longer the government. I'm going to go on the holiday. I'm going to go to the sun, on the beach, and I'll rest. And our friends from the French Parliament will get to work, and especially with the Danielle Labaronne, who came up with this proposal for the majority, that the members of Parliament in the National Assembly and in the Senate organize a task force that will rethink public expenditures, because what we need is not just like €1 here and €1 there. It's to think in depth our main choices of public policies. Are they legitimate? Should we continue funding them, or should we stop doing it? And I think the only ones to do so in depth, to examine public expenditures, are the representatives of the French people, the members of the parliament. So therefore, here you go, you know, come up and have proposal on this topic. Second step of the method, we at one stage will have to make a decision. We have to establish a dialogue, exchange, they will do so, and we will come up with new proposals, and then after that, we should, in September, before the finance draft law of 2023, we should have sort of a public finance convention. Let's look together with the parliament and the governments what choices we will make, always in the dialogue, in consultation. You know, the public finance convention, which will make it possible to redefine the main choices in French public policies, and therefore to start engage expenditures which will not be understood as a sort of penny saving, but really as a redefinition of French public spending. And then we have to push aside all taboos, of non-assignment of revenues, which is in golden letter in the entry of the Minister of Finance in France. Well, let's remove this board and say, okay, well, possibly, after all, in view of all the challenges today, we need to assign some revenues, or, you know, one, but Benoît Curé, who was there, knows the topic. He knows that this is essential. I propose, for example, and I've done it, and I say it again, that all tax revenues coming from a tax on fossil fuels, gas, oil, diesel, whatever, should be directly oriented towards the fight against climate change and energy transition. It will be a revolution, I grant you that, but because of what is coming up, there will be tremendous changes, acceleration of global warming, war in Europe, problems to finance a certain number of states, or financial problems for certain states. The debt is back, so we need to have imagination and to be somehow revolutionary. But trust me, I am a revolutionary, even though I don't look like one.
I would like to follow up on an environmental question in a matter of international relations with a question that would be very concrete. Today, our map has been reshifted on terms of commodities when you go from combustion engine to electric cars, when you use lithium and cobalt and so on. So we have a real change in terms of international relationships, especially with China. And we have short-term vision with this industrial transformation. And then this reinvention of the world, this European positioning on the world map, and is also with partners that are not aligned with our positions, but are more aligned with the American positions.
Well, this is a fundamental question which I can summarize in one word: independence. When I said that we have to find ourselves as a people and as a nation, I think one of the things that will expect the turmoil in French politics is this notion of a loss of independence. We are strongly independent. It doesn't mean that we don't like the world, doesn't mean that we are not involved in European construction, but we have a French state of mind which is strongly, fiercely independent. We don't like to depend on others, and that's a good thing. First, independence has to be energy. Prime Minister Elisabeth Borne said it yesterday, clearly, strongly, and I share her views. Let's get ready for total shutdown of Russian gas supply. So this is the most likely option, that we therefore must accelerate our energy independence, that we should restore the stock. We refuel our stock, we should have a barge off the shore, the Le Havre, in quick times, and let's not do in 2-3 years what other nations do in 6 months. And this would be a guarantee for independence. Let's be imaginative. Let's look at what we can do when it comes to biogas, alternative energies. Let's remove all regulatory hinderings that we have that block the development of alternative energies. And let's not listen to those who want to stop the development of energies because they will not go and explain to the French world they can no longer have a problem heating or lighting in next winter. So as we are going to be responsible for this, well, actually, as of now, we should have a rapid decision-making spirit when it comes to energy independence, sobriety in our behavior, sobriety in our energy expenditures, development of new domains, acceleration of development of the program of new EPRs, new nuclear reactors in the coming years. This is the roadmap for independence. It combines between immediate decision, sobriety, gas supply, the reconstitution of stock, the development of alternative solutions, and long-term solutions such as the development of the design development of new nuclear reactor. Then industrial independence. In the good news that I could mention, I think the regionalization of globalization is great news, actually. At last, we are going to end 30 years of industrial delocalization or outsourcing, which were an economic mistake, a political fault, and a national rejection of our energy, because France has always been a great industrial nation, and we all, I'm not, but we let our industry go away. This was one of the most revolting industrial scandals of the last decades. Regionalization will make it possible to reshore French industries. Well, let's not produce T-shirts, I mean, that's fairness, but you know, renewable on electric batteries, on automotive industry, in the automotive aeronautics, Guillaume Faury with Airbus, which is absolutely fantastic. With the hydrogen plane that Guillaume Faury will be the first to do in Toulouse with Airbus, which has crushed Boeing, and that's a great news. So we, together with all these achievements, ensure our independence, industrial independence. Tomorrow, Choose France will take place, and Choose France will be exceptional this year. It will be a vintage year, and there will be investment that will show that France is back to its industrial and technological leadership in Europe and in the world. And trust me, you've been working on this for 2 years now. So when at last they get there, thanks to attractive tax policy, thanks to the decision by the French President for the last 5 years, you know, we're there, we're going to make it. But it means that we have to be independent from one end to the other end, end-to-end in the chain. I remember a discussion we had with Guillaume, where all of a sudden, when there were no components, we realized that we are depending, and even managers didn't know that depended on such or such supplier of carbon, lithium, or rare material in Russia, in China, or elsewhere. So we have to do a full map of all the rare metals, all those essential components we need to guarantee our independence from one end to the other end of the chain. We got a large corporation like Eramet in metals, which can help us to win this independence. When it comes to semiconductors, there is a great company in ST Micro. We call ST Micro. We can rely on that. So simply, we have to map this from a political choice, and this is clear: total independence end-to-end of the strategic chains to achieve industrial performance. And when something is missing, we give ourselves the means to fill in the gap to guarantee our total independence.
I would like to revert to what you said. First of all, that's a big statement, and there's a lot of convergences. There are 2 points, however, that were mentioned many times during the different sessions as to perception and reality. The perception that our young people have is that they are completely abandoned. And we've seen the figures, it's actually huge. They feel excluded. There are a lot of people who are on the margin, in the ballpark of more than 1.5 million, which is very significant. And there's a second aspect, which is I would say, a territorial political problem. It's the fact that the young people feel that they will never have access to the normal living conditions, such as housing, for instance. What can you say about it? How can we instill trust again? And how can we have a diversified young people and make sure that they can be in good living conditions? As for the politics, it's for the nation, but also for the young people that we're doing what we're doing. That's actually the meaning of the political engagement. That's our faith. And it's a good vocation. It is our dedication. When we see that there are a lot of French young people that are disgusted with politics, that are, it hurts to hear that. And certainly that means that we don't handle it well. Our priorities are not set right. And we have to rethink our priorities and our policies. On housing, and I'm not a specialist on that subject, we've talked about public finance. There is a real paradox, because we're the country in Europe where we have more public expenditure for housing, and yet we have the worst outcomes, the worst performance. So that means that there's a problem, there's a huge discrepancy, and that actually is a good illustration of the method that I'm proposing. There's a bad one, where we just actually should cut on housing expenditure, and we give €5 on what we call the housing subsidies. And I'm not sure it's actually the right solution, you see. And then there's another method. It's to rethink the whole housing policy, to be more respectful of public expenditure, but also to be more efficient. As for the youth, two words that seem essential to me. First of all, everything that facilitates access to employment with perspectives that allows us to find a place in the society is a good thing. This is a situation which, this bad situation should not stay long. But there are new policies also supported by Elisabeth Borne on apprenticeship as well. With the spirit of a conqueror, this is what we've done with apprenticeship. It was actually abandoned, and now it is a path of excellence. And if there is a public expenditure which is very useful, it's the €8,000 that we give to the apprentices under 18 years old. That allows to SMEs, small structures, and even large corporations to hire apprentices. We have to continue with apprenticeship, and it should be a path of excellence for a long time. Mr. Minister, dear Minister, we have people in Aix taking coffee on the terrace. What is also very important to re-enchant democracy is that we give all the chances to the waiter to become also the one that will be waited upon and to have coffee. There's an expression, and we say that we can't go up the social ladder anymore. It's broken. It's so broken because there's so many difficulties. How can we actually repair it? It's a very good example, that of the waiter at a terrace. When we talk about challenges, I talked about the climate change, I talked about public expenditure, but I would like to talk about a third challenge. That's part and parcel of the challenges that we are about to face in the following weeks and months. The climate change, the public expenditure, but also labor. And I propose, just for public expenditure, just as for climate, that we should broaden our horizons. We should find a vision that would be, in the French way, not with a small perspective, but a more universal approach, a broader vision. And with the question, how can labor be better compensated? And I would like to say things straightforwardly. All the companies that can should actually increase the salaries and wages of their salaried employees. They have to. Some do it. Some are doing it already. And I thank them. I see that there's less rounds of applause right now, of course, but I will repeat it. All companies that can do it, they should increase the salaries of their employees. We, as a state, we will, of course, contribute to the burden. We will revalue the business activity. We'll also give more money. And I would like to say to our friends on the right wing, we will work on the revaluation on this. We will try to accumulate labor and pension. And I will reach out to them. Second thing, we have to rethink a compensation of work. When we say that the minimum salary is actually for everyone, we should not accept that there are so many minimum salary that are actually under the official one. It actually closes up opportunities for the young. It is unacceptable that we should have so many minimum salaries that are so below the official rate. Thirdly, we have to think about the organization of labor. If there's something that I find stupid, really, and quite limited, and short-sighted, the young of today, they don't want to work, you know, that's what we say. Well, it's wrong. They want to work, but they want to organize their time in a different way. Of course, we have to think about the organization of labor, of how we work, of our working methods in the catering, any F&B business. When you say you work 8 days 8 hours a day. I don't work 8 hours a day. I work at noon, then I work from 1 to 5, then I'm blocked during the afternoon because I have to walk around because I can't go home, and then again at 6 o'clock I work and I finish at midnight. I'm actually working 14 hours, and he's right in saying that. We should allow him to organize himself differently. And ultimately, we all want to have career perspectives. We want to evolve to go up the social ladder. And we have talked about it. We shouldn't have on one side those who can change and those who cannot. Those who can have all the facilities, all the possibilities, those who have the best training, the best qualifications, and those that are actually that have to stay and keep earning 1,250 euros per month, and that will never change, will never evolve. This is unacceptable. We should all have the same opportunities. We should all be able to evolve in our career, to have better qualifications, to have better training, to engage into new trades. I think we should redesign all this all together. Well, that's actually a transition to talk about capital. It was quite clear, and that has been the case for 30 years. Capitalism was rather centered, well, it's more in the US than in Europe, but it was on the obtaining of a high yield of capital. We had actually profitability above 10% when we had a null rate. This was done through relocations, as you mentioned earlier. That was actually higher than what was normally socially acceptable, more in the US, of course, than in Europe. And we have also less sharing of income between the companies and the wage earners. And it ended up with the obtention of resources in commodities and carbonated commodities that were not very costly. This has ended, but should we challenge actually the functioning of capitalism? Because unavoidably some companies do it. Most of the transition investments are done without any direct financial profitability, so as to avoid having carbon. How do you consider a reform of capitalism? We should share values, but it's also a matter of estate. How would you redefine capitalism reform? Well, actually, this is the subject of the next hour. So that means that I have to be short, right, and brief. Sure. So if I were to speak about capitalism, I would say the same thing that Churchill says about democracy. It's the worst of systems, with the exception of all the others. So it's a good thing to want to change our system, but actually in democracy it's actually all good. Capitalism remains the most efficient system, and actually it's the best system to face the challenges. But of course it has to be rethought out, reviewed as regards to the environment, because this is the first priority. And everything needs to be guided by this requirement to speed up the fight against climate change and to have energy transition. We have to rethink in the way that we want to give to the economy, and also in a deeper way. We have to rethink the system in the relationship between capital and labor. That's actually the hard core of the system. And it's obvious today that the place of work of wage earners, their contribution to decision-making processes, also the interest that they can get, but also the moral contribution that they can have, the capacity to evolve. As far as I'm regards, that's one of the greatest stakes of capitalisms. I would like to be even more concrete when I say that. For most companies, we're expecting 10–12% profitability. That's not acceptable anymore. We should not target profitabilities like this, like 10, 12, 15%. We have to make sure that we're sustainable. We need to have to make sure that employees are recognized. We need to think about energy transition. It's better to have 5% profitability, but to go over the long term, to respect the planet, and to recognize the employees rather than having 15% profitability with employees that are actually squashed. And this is how I see capitalism today. Maybe the reference to the Comintern was actually a good choice, because I can see that you have a rebellious spirit. We can give him a good round of applause.
bienvenue dans cette session du dimanche matin, le jour où traditionnellement les rencontres d'Aix se projettent dans le futur. Alors nous allons passer un tout petit peu moins du...
So we're going to spend a little less than an hour together around this topic is take ownership of tech, what we can expect from new technologies, AI, 5G, big data, quantum elements. I don't know everybody. They'll say what they see in the future, our panel members. So what we expect from the tech and what we want to avoid with the tech. This will be in our debate on how we take ownership. So Anne-Sophie and Sif in a few seconds will take the floor and share with you her vision of the challenges. But before that, I would like to introduce our panelists. Marine Chébeau, good morning. You're the European General Manager of Envision Digital. What can you say about Envision? Well, the Envision Group, thank you for the invite, first of all, is the world leader of wind turbines, wind farms. It's an actor in the battery sector. People know us in France in the construction of the Douai battery plant that will supply Renault. We are specialized 100% in renewable energies, and digital activities are aimed at managing our renewable installations, managing smart cities, and decarbonating enterprise. So with you, we will address the tech and its usefulness in the ecological transition. Yes. Merwan Deba, good morning. You are a researcher in the Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi. Before that, you directed all the research institutes of Huawei in France. You are on 4G technologies, 5G technologies. What do you focus on today? Today, I've joined the Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi, which is in the logic of transforming to a knowledge economy with a focus on 5G and in particular 6G today. And I'm a specialist of all the information technologies, and this has been the case for more than 20 years, including IA. Olivier Girard, good morning. President of Accenture, France and Benelux, and so we're at the service of the transformation of the technologies of major enterprises, AI, metaverse, cloud. We'll talk about that. Jean-Luc Robert, good morning. You come from, no, you're based in California, but you are a French corporation, Kiriba. Yes, okay, Kiriba that I created in 2005 is a leader in its trade for managing liquidities for enterprises. So we have 2,500 clients in the world. We're leaders in Europe and in the US. And we manage the liquidities for large-sized groups and medium-sized groups. So to know about your liquidity, how you operate, how you manage your working capital, it's our trade in the cloud. So that's the tech we use. Yes, it's we work with the cloud. And Jean-Luc Robert is said before coming on stage, tech will save the world. So quite enthusiastic. I will not agree with the person sitting next to me. A scientist, a politician, Cédric Villani, good morning to you. Cédric Villani, so where did you put your microphone? It's in the spider. So the tech stole it from me. Mathematician, Fields Medal, means something. You're a former deputy, remember your report on artificial intelligence, to take ownership of the tech. This is, you're questioning the sovereignty, the usage, question. For individuals, for society, technology always comes with new possibilities and new divides. It's a long story. It's a long story in the human race and its invention. So we promise we'll have a warm, hot debate here. So we're together until 10:10. Very accurate timing, you know, before listening to our panelists, our coordinator from the Cercle des Économistes. She teaches in Paris 1, Anne-Sophie Alsif, and she will give us the framework of this session. So good morning, everybody. Thank you, Alexandra. So to take ownership of the tech, it's a real challenge, more so since with a view to all the transitions that we're faced with, the ecological transition, demographic transition, obviously digital. We saw it with the COVID crisis. Digitalization is at the heart of everything, and as put at the forefront the losers and winners of these technological innovations. The 750 billion euro plan of the EU enables to all the states to allocate part of this money to the digitalization of enterprises. We saw that a lot of debate during the COVID crisis. Enterprises that were more intensely digitized, who had taken ownership of the tech, better resisted to this crisis. Unfortunately, other crises are ahead of us. Unfortunately, and for enterprises and the whole productive process, it's essential that pivotal that we take ownership of the tech and that we take into account the mutations in the productive process. More generally speaking, we also talked about productivity gains, and this was also during the COVID crisis. There were a lot of worries with a view to this, and with the total confinement, how will economic agents, households, and enterprises react? We saw that this technology enabled in several sectors to increase the productivity gains, which were for enterprises a mean to resist and to adapt to this crisis. Regarding ecology, here again, we managed to test this at full scale during the COVID crisis. It enabled a lot of workers, employees, to use less transport, to less mobility, and for the carbon result for a lot of employees, there was a great improvement due to teleworking, and all that was at the service of the transition. Technology is also, well, it's not a lot of sectors that were impacted. We talked about the health sector with telemedicine, which enables to a lot of our fellow citizens to have access to this technology. When, traditionally there was always a problem of efficiency and access to health care. Other examples that you've probably heard to try to push forward all the positive aspects put at the forefront that we discussed during the COVID crisis. While this tech has brought a lot economically, there are also some resistances, crises, and worries. Firstly, fractures or the divide, the digital divide. We often talk when there's a crisis of the winners and the losers. It's also the case for the digital revolution. Citizens, employees who haven't had access to training, proper training, who don't have access to these technologies, may have the feeling of being of frustration, of being declassified with a view to the labor market. And we face a problem as economists because we have a problem assessing the declassification and the impact it has on a society. And with the revolution that's happening without us, so it cannot be assessed economically, but it has a very high social cost that we leave the people on the side of the road in the ditch. And if we don't take ownership of the tech and this revolution, we will all pay. And that's where the different economic policies are pivotal to be able to integrate all the employees, salaried employees, regarding training and the ownership of this tech. To conclude, beyond this divide, there's also another issue that arises, is the polarization of wages in the present context. We talk about buying power. We see that the trades that are more technically oriented, that have a potential of productivity gains, well, the wages are higher in general. Another of the risks is this widening of these inequalities and polarization of salaries between those who've taken ownership of the tech and those who steer clear from that or stay away from this. So these are the elements I would like to put on the table for our discussions, and have a good debate. Thank you, Anne-Sophie. Merci beaucoup, the floor is yours. Taking ownership of the tech, maybe we'll talk about a positive tonality, and the tech and the ecological potential. What is technology for? More efficiency, more comfort, and more well-being, more efficiency in the plants, in transports. We carried out a study. We took 5 sectors that are the oil and gas sector, power sector, energy sector, aviation, health, and railroads. So if we do 1% of efficiency gain over these sectors during 15 years, this will generate 276 billions of profits that can be re-injected in innovation. If we carry out work on smart cities, for well-being, the citizens will feel better. But furthermore, what we estimate is that smart cities can bring 20 billion euros of benefits, or dollars, I don't know, profits by 2050 if we implement better connectivity, we improve transport, we reduce emissions, and we improve energy consumption. Today we have a very ambitious project, Smart Nation Singapore, where we connected all the sectors in a digital platform. We collect the data of the buildings, people like you and us, you and me, and the skyscrapers where people work in industrial parks that are aimed at reaching the zero carbon in ports and airports. So we worked during the COVID period. We saw that we could go beyond technology. Is that when we had COVID, that we were asked to develop apps on that, and so today we managed to lower by 3 to 5% the impact on health, the emissions by 30%. And so this is the well-being side. 10,000 cities signed the Off-Meyer's framework, saying that we committed, that was before 2020, we are committed to lower by 20% our emissions, lower 20% of energy consumption, and plus 20% of renewable energies. So on the comfort side, it's simple. I have a phone. I want to be contactable everywhere. I want to hire Uber, for example. Efficiency, comfort, and well-being. That boils down to. And this should sum up what technology can provide so that for the users and for society. Thank you, Merwan. In Abu Dhabi, Merwan Deba, in Abu Dhabi where you work, what do you promise with 6G and artificial intelligence? Well, thank you. First of all, little anecdotes. About 10 years ago when I was on this panel, such panels, there were a lot of discussions on innovation and less on progress. And since 2020, in particular with all the efforts of the UN, with the 17 objectives for sustainable development, we talk a lot more about progress than innovation, and it's the new awareness, and this is fine because we know there's a big difference between innovation and progress. And today we see a strong correlation between technological developments and progress. Even though we will talk in the second chapter of our debate that there's some negative aspects, but an important aspect is telecommunication networks, 5G, 6G. On the 6G aspect, there's a big effort by operators, constructors, to reach the objectives of consumption reduction. And today the 5G networks consume 10 times, 100 times less, compared to what we had with the 4G. And the progress we've made today are mainly due to the fact that the flow rates continue to increase, but there's an effort of sobriety that we need to continue on. 6G, these progress are highlighted, in particular my teams are working on that, where we have drastic objectives around a factor of 100 less consumption compared to 5G, so we're working intensely on that. A lot of efforts need to be made, optimization efforts that need to be done on that. On the IA portion, a lot of things are done, in particular with servers. A lot of work done on the optimization of servers in terms of energy consumption, exploiting the data and reducing consumption. And so these are two aspects on internal technologies, but we don't talk about the collateral aspects on the whole of society, in particular on the technological aspect. All the evolutions we witness are less for consumption than for verticals. The information technologies are not used to be consolidated, but the targets we have in all these fields are mainly verticals. Verticals, well, that's health, that's transport, and so on and so forth. And on this, we can achieve a lot of productivity gains, well-being gains as underlined, and interesting evolutions on artificial intelligence. We IoT sensors enable to make the infrastructures evolve, in particular what we call the smart grids, the intelligence added to all the networks, and on which, whether for buildings or for we have big reductions, insulation improvements, and this is in line with the IA, 5G, 6G technologies. I will correct on the screen. It said Huawei, no, but you're working at the TII, Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi, and no longer Huawei. Olivier Girard, Accenture. For you, progress that we should expect from the tech. What do you? Well, I'll talk on behalf of my customers, and my preamble is on 3 observations. I think we're on a very strong breaking point in terms of technologies. A lot of responsibility, a lot of promises. 3 points, and that was mentioned by Anne-Sophie in her introduction. The tech is an incredible lever for productivity and innovation. And I'll go back on that, but what I mean to say here, it's ahead of us. If I take the cloud as an advanced indicator of the framework where we can innovate, 30% of the world has shifted to the cloud. So the essential is ahead of us, and that's good news. Innovation, Bruno Le Maire mentioned this. Is my best example is the CEO of Moderna, who says when he managed to produce his air and messenger vaccine, he couldn't have done it without the calculation power of the cloud. So the vaccine and cloud, the capacity to automatize tasks that we haven't really assessed as of now, but a lot of potential there. Second topic is on macroeconomics, which is a bit darkened. Geopolitics is tense, are tense. Will enterprise carry out their investment in such a scope, in such a context? And the answer is yes. They say they want to continue to transform themselves for the first reason I gave, for productivity, innovation gains, but also because something has changed with the COVID. Technology has become an ally, an essential ally in the management of crisis. And this is a novelty. It's true for ecology, it was mentioned already, and it's true also for the supply chain issue. The situation in Ukraine disorganized the world. We have to reorganize flows, stocks, and this again, the technology will do that. I think it's a wonderful asset. Technology is a factor of resilience of enterprises and people. And this last point is more on the macroeconomical standpoint. It was mentioned by Elizabeth Bond yesterday. Technology is deflationist through the productivity gains it brings in itself. When you look at the cost of hardware over 10, 20, 30 years, it's dropping continuously. So the trade itself is deflationistic, and it brings a lot of savings, and this makes it a very strong element against inflation. It was what Christine Lagarde, I'm sorry, stressed yesterday. It wasn't Elizabeth Borne, but Christine Lagarde. Olivier Girard, thank you for the intelligent smart networks, the tech that brings forth progress, well-being, managing crisis. Moderna, who couldn't have achieved this vaccine without the tech. Monsieur Kiriba, what would you say on tech and how it will save the world? So I come from the world of enterprises. And Jean-Luc Robert from Kiriba. I think that the tech, we see it through Kiriba Solutions, enable enterprises to survive, to make progress, to maintain the employment rate, continue to make progress. Let's take the role of the 3 C's. The 3 events that happened recently, the COVID, first of all, the 13th of March 2020, all the enterprises no longer operational, the confinements, you have to telework, have to work on different time schedules with the children at home, and from one day to the other, you had to continue to be operational, and you have to make sure that the company would, the enterprises would continue to produce their results and be operational. Second aspect, climate. The second C, it's the tech that will enable to control the climate. At Kiriba, for example, we manage to control indicators that will be required by legislators on the climate management. These indicators are not very well defined. There are indicators that are quantitative, like the carbon footprint, which is easy to manage it, but more qualitative also indicators. How can we be sure that such and such a supplier doesn't have children under 12 years working in their factories and deep down in India? And the only way you can control that and to keep updated is the technology. And the third thing, after the COVID, the climate, it's the conflict. We talk about Ukraine. Enterprises have to continue to work despite this war. We have to, live through the sanctions. You know that European states and U.S. American states are not joking about that. Something that you need to implement overnight. You have to find new suppliers because the supplies in Belarus and Ukraine, well, they can no longer work with you. You have to make cash advances, and that's the tech. The tech can help you on that. So in more difficult conflict management era, the tech will help you a lot. So I took these examples on the enterprises that we know that are oriented on the management of cash and liquidities, but there are thousands of enterprises. There are dozens and dozens of Kiriba type enterprises that are created every year. And so little by little, these small rivers will make, and these small streams will make major rivers, and to enabling us to survive in a changing world. So one word, I live in California. It's fascinating because when you are a young entrepreneur in California and you look for money for people to finance your project, the first question that you're asked is, how will you change the world? How will you save the world? And I think it's a positive standpoint, something that it's all to perceive in Europe, I understand in Europe, but I'm convinced, and I see it concretely, practically. I have friends who created enterprises that enable to produce digital meat, to extend the life of perishables, for fruit, for example, and to extend their life cycle. It can be very important to fight famine in the world. So changing the world, there are constraints that will give rise to problems. It's a tectonic plate that is moving, but I think it's positive, and we'll have to accompany and take ownership of all this.
Cédric Villani. So humans can take ownership in tech to make the world more wonderful. Let me give you some examples of things that I've seen closely where the arrival of tech improved things. It's something that is cross-cutting. It helps everyone. Each time you have a conflict, it will help those who are on the good side and the bad side. But I have some examples that I've seen where the impact was very positive. And the first one is the functioning of the Parliament in France. At the beginning of our mandate, we saw that the civil servants were coming by with piles and piles of paper for the amendments that were given to the members of Parliament and were thrown out before they were even read. But between 2017 and 2022, the digitalization of Parliament happened, and you can find any amendment that's been filed by a specific person at such date, and the order of passage. You can find that quite easily with a well-thought-out interface, and which allows the elimination of the printing of tons and tons of paper and has improved the democracy. Let me talk about mathematics also. The most important transformation in mathematics was the invention of a tool called tech, and it's called LETEC, LaTeX, the invention by the great living legend of maths, Mr. Knoop, who gave back to mathematicians and maths the ownership of their articles and their books, doing the work that editors and publishers were doing in the past, but doing it now with more precision. This improves democracy. It's standardized the way mathematical documents are being exchanged and published across the world. So this LaTeX is 100% of communication in maths internationally. A third example that I'm involved in as a member of the Academy of Science, that's the link between AI and health. This is one of the pillars of my 2018 report. So far, it's not been appropriately implemented. It's not at scale for different reasons that I won't address here. But AI plus santé, this field domain, has remarkable capabilities and already some performances in terms of diagnostics. The best diagnostic tool is an algorithm and not a human for certain diseases. And for some treatments, the tracking of certain cohorts can detect very low signals. So it's a work done between the Academy of Medicine and mathematicians. And I've been working with Mr. Lord-Linger from the Academy of Medicine. And we've come up with some great developments. And the last thing I want to talk about is the question of remote working and communication via remote working, via video conferences. It's true that it's a revolution with positive ecological impacts if it's properly developed. This supposes clearly that you need to play the game and reduce physical travel to do the work. I love to travel by plane, and now I'm at one flight per year. I used to take taxis all the time. I got rid of my taxi application off my phone, and I don't travel by taxi anymore. So you got rid of some tech by getting rid of your application. Sometimes you have to get rid of things that are not useful. So progress, resilience, well-being, as Anne-Sophie said, there are people who are left by the wayside. The digital divide affects the elderly, the less well-equipped. And there is a danger with tech. Remember Barack Obama, who called Trump a total idiot in 2018? That was artificial intelligence. It was a deep fake video that was produced. So what can we say to people who are worried, for those who are left by the wayside, for those who are worried, anxious? You talk about smart cities, but some people feel this is constant surveillance. Intelligent electrical networks were already mentioned, and I'm going to go beyond smart cities. I was lucky to be one of the co-founders in 2005 of the European Smart Grid, and one of the first stages of the Smart Grid was be able to measure what we consume. How can we improve energy consumption if we don't know what people are consuming? And that was the big problem. So there was this initiative to say in the third energy package that we needed 80% of citizens of our European customers, 250 million, equipped with intelligent meters. The Netherlands did this very quickly. They launched this project and deployed intelligent meters. We did it in France with Linky. People were resistant, the citizens, saying we're going to be watched. People know what I'm going to be doing, when I'm taking a shower, etc. So we took a step back. At the time, I was the president of the European Association of Intelligent Meters. And we said that we would define the way in which we could address the problem. We did a cost-benefit analysis about why we need to deploy intelligent meters in all countries and the benefits that they can provide. We would explain to the individual benefits to citizens. They can master their energy consumption. Today, if we create citizens' energy communities in 2050, in France, we can have twice the equivalent of the production of our nuclear fleet. So when you have the possibility of producing your own energy, of charging your electric vehicle, of storing, intelligent meters will allow you to measure this in real time. We're no longer in a world where we're extrapolating from past consumption levels. So there's an explanation for the benefits that this could provide, and that we want to go beyond. We want to go beyond just measuring electricity consumption. So there's some 30 companies in France that are all intended to work on smart cities, to propose to customers, be they residential customers, industrial customers, retail, and medium-sized industry, explain to them that we're capable of providing benefits in terms of your consumption. Will reduce your energy bill thanks to technology, which is capable of measuring, capable of managing buildings the way you would manage an electric vehicle. 2, we're capable of reducing your carbon emissions. your consumption and provide more well-being, more comfort. We're running out of time. Merwan, débat. The darker sides of tech. What do you say to people who say, well, 6G is going to be dangerous? That's always been the case. People who develop technologies sometimes want to go too quickly and don't spend enough time, the time that's required to integrate the entire ecosystem in the development. I look at 5G and 6G. We realized that we needed to explain this technology, the ecosystem, the choices that are made, and to understand why we made these choices, and also to report on what's happening today and the developments that are being made in the 6G roadmap. This is already taken into account. There'll be a huge effort in explanation, and scientists need to spend more time on plateaus such as this one. Cédric does it very well to explain the developments, why it's being created, so that everyone can have an easy explanation. The second aspect is we need to empower people in terms of technology. The researchers like Cédric talked about La Tech. When people write scientific papers today, they're asked to put the carbon footprint of their research in the solution. That's very interesting, because all of the conference calls, all of the travel, all of the GPIs that they use to write the paper or do the research has to be included in the report. For this scientific discovery, I consumed this much. That's a first step, and it will become more generalized when research projects are financed. We're going to ask people to report on their carbon footprint, and I think that this is very important. Thirdly, the differences between employees, the capacity to develop, and the huge effort has to be made for training, continuous training. In Abu Dhabi, we realized that there was a huge gap in terms of the appropriation of certain technology, and we decided to employ people who are just graduated from university or high school so that they could start working and be trained in different universities. So we work with them, we support them as employees, and we integrate them into our technological roadmaps. And this is something that's going to become increasingly relevant, to be able to train people, these young people, continuously in the use of these technologies. And also this is going to be important for seniors to take it into account in the different roadmaps that we have so that they can take ownership of these technologies. Olivier Girard, there are lots of questions around tech. There's the regulations, the concentration of stakeholders, the sharing of value, which is not always optimal between different actors, the inclusive nature or not of tech, its carbon footprint, questions of sovereignty. There are lots of topics. I'm going to focus on three. Firstly is the carbon risk of the technology. It's 2 to 4%, depending on the study. The carbon footprint is 2 to 4%. If we project what we're doing now in the opening of data centers, the increase of traffic on the networks, in 10 years, it's going to be 10, 12%, and it becomes problematic. At 2, you're hidden. At 12, you're very visible. The way to fight against this is complicated. Not everyone has the courage to take applications off their phone or to reduce their energy consumption or use the cloud. So there are drivers. The cloud is one of them. We can share means through the cloud. But the easiest way, the strongest way, will be controlling our use of data. There was a contradictory message saying we spend our time talking to our customers saying the more data you have, the smarter you'll be in your decision-making and the customization of your relationships with customers. But you need to be frugal at the same time to not penalize your carbon footprint of the technology. There are technologies that are arriving. We call them low data algorithms. So we look at what we keep in terms of our records. Then the second topic concerns talent. We know we're missing talent, and we're going to be missing more talent in future. Today, I would just like to say that remote working, which is different than just pulling a cable into your living room, it's a deep reorganization of work. It's a great driver. A barrier has come down. We can put the expertise of the world more available to solve complex problems, and this is a great tool. We can also hire people who were very far from technology centers, and I also think that that's a very positive thing. The last question is the social divide. More than 10 million French people don't have an email address. 15 million people in France can't work from home. So I'd like to give two tangible examples. One that is in line with what Marwan said. We often have the image of tech as a scientific, technical, male occupation. Indeed. And that's not quite true. We have tangible examples with the associations that we work with, where we bring people who are quite far away from technological professions back to them. It takes a few months. And then once we've done these few months of training, of study training groups, 76% of these people find jobs in tech. Last Thursday, before I came to Aix, we were working on the question of mentorship with Article 1, and I'm happy to talk about this. They use digital. They have platforms, digital platforms, where they have matching algorithms between young people who need mentors to accelerate their school career, to improve their self-confidence, and mentors. So there's a matching algorithm, and they use digital marketing technologies to recruit young people who need this mentoring and who don't necessarily know it. Everyone has a smartphone in hand, so we can reach this. Last year, we impacted 20,000 people, and next year, 40,000 people. There are other associations that are exceptional in the work that they're doing. It's not just mentorship, but without digital, they reach 2 to 3 million people a year. So digital can help us scale this up. Jean-Luc Robert. So what conditions are necessary to take ownership of tech? We're seeing in this panel that it's an inevitable movement. We're at the beginning. We're talking about increasingly complicated things. It's inevitable. It will go quickly. It will progress much more quickly than we've seen for changes in the past. So we really need to buy into it to take ownership. So the first level is companies where people use tools, and we see that one of the impacts that we're working on is training. We're training people. We're checking to make sure they're using the products. If they don't use them, we train them for free to make sure that they're up to date, that they're capable of doing their job properly and of taking ownership of the tool. As a parent, if they can do it, they can pass this on to their children. The second aspect is this inevitable movement. It's something that's going to happen. It's an element of culture. Today, the place to acquire tech is in school. You have to stop filling the reservoir. We talk about people who have been downgraded, who are away from progress. But the problem is that the training tool for people is really school. We talk about, Bruno Le Maire talked about culture, French culture. Elisabeth Borne talked about mathematics yesterday. And the appropriation of classic languages. People have to take tech at the same level. We have to teach this to kids in school as of 6 years old, so that they're familiar with these tools, so that they're capable of using a computer. So we have to work on this problem. There's a question of transfer. We're at a breakthrough point where we're seeing a lot of people who are downgraded in their social standing. At Cariba, we're thinking about how we contribute to the professional integration of people into companies. It's an important element to work with these structures. I really think this is a movement that we cannot stop, and we need to get people to take ownership of the tools. We need to change the school system in a very concrete way. It's not very complicated, and I think that there's a role between companies and the state to solve this problem, and then we need to solve more complicated problems. But I think that Olivier gave some good examples. There'll always be a drift in technological change. We look at the role of the social media, they calling it anti-democratic, etc. But it's a change in civilization, it's a change in culture, and we need to own it. We need to make sure that it goes as well as possible for companies and for individuals. So tech problems, drift, misuse, there are solutions. Cédric Villani, do you share this point of view? Careful. In many cases, we're tricked by orders of size. We say that positive is this small and the negative can be huge. To give you just one example that's not directly tech, plastic. We can make ourselves feel good by talking about recycled plastic, but when you look at order of size, the only sustainable way to fight against plastic pollution at the global scale is to produce less plastic. If you look at the Apex report on this topic that was published a year ago. So today, are we reducing our production of plastic? No, it's actually climbing and will continue to climb in the coming years. There's a rebound effect. If you gain a factor of 10 in efficiency and you multiply by 100, the volume exchanged, it's a losing calculation. And this is why the High Council for the Climate estimated in an unambiguous manner that 5G, passage to 5G was bad for the environment. There's also the problem of the construction of giant digital actors. That was the question of one of the recent roundtables. I remember a minister of an Asian country who explained with examples that AI is the most is the tool that will increase inequalities the most. The technology is sometimes perverted, and there are side effects that you don't anticipate. And you're going to have to spend much more money to offset the side effects than you had to invest at the beginning. This criticism isn't new, and it's not only for tech. It's Cathy O'Neill published a book 5 years ago, an excellent book on the weapons of math destruction. That was 5 years ago. I suggest that you read it. Ivan Illich wrote about the importance of controlling the development of certain technologies, and he said that a bicycle is more efficient than a car. And if we go back to his reasoning with electric vehicles, it's even truer. 4 years ago, I would have said the future of mobility, what will change things, is going to be electrical, autonomous, shared travel. I now say that it's electric vehicles that should replace most cars in the world if we really want to fight against global warming. 60 years ago, Planète Interdite was a science fiction film that talked about this civilization that was killed by its own creations, the technology that took on their imagination and their fantasies, and it ended up destroying them. This science fiction movie was mentioned as an allegory of what we're doing with the technology today, and I will conclude by talking about the criticism by Socrates against writing, explained with solid arguments that writing would lead to more misunderstandings because the content would be given to people that it was not intended for, and it would lead to an impoverishment of our memory and our inherent knowledge because we would rest on writing, and people would not try to understand themselves but refer to writing. These three criticisms are so true today when we see what's going on in classrooms and political discourse on social media that's been criticized by David Chariaz, called toxic data, where we have problems that we need to really look at full on in order to deal with them properly. So we have 9 minutes left. We'll give one to Anne-Sophie for the conclusion. And in the room, are there any questions? Hands going up, the young lady in the front, and then the gentleman.
Milady, thank you for your presentation. So we talked about the limits of electronism, and I'm in charge of prospective studies. And we already drafted a document on the emerging risk of technologies. How do you, as controllers of the tech, master the cyber risk? We know it's a major element. How do you apprehend this, and what advice do you give to, notably Accenture, to enterprises to better accompany them to master this cyber risk? So this gentleman's question, yes, there are others, I'll take 3 questions. So please raise your hands. Good morning, thank you. First question, I'm surprised with all the speakers today that none have talked about the Chinese social credit system, which is a kind of it's a perverse use of technology. And the second question, since we're talking about education, there were in 1966 there was a reform of maths in France, the modern mathematic reform by a great mathematician, Mr. Lusterovich, and there was a question of learning the binaries, of teaching the binary system to children to prepare them to the use of computer sciences, and this revolution just was abandoned a few years after because the system was more conservative than what was attempted. So isn't it a mirage when you think of you can renovate the educational system? Last, this lady here, please, brief question. Good morning. My question is for Mr. Villani in relationship with the text and inequalities, and this gentleman's question on the inequality between girls and boys, notably because of the reform on mathematics at school. Because we are reintroducing mathematics, but at a very small scale in the French school system. So thank you. So we have the cyber risk, social credit in France, in China, and diversity. So Accenture. I was talking about education and the cyber risk. Basically, I'd like to go back on education. There's an analogy I like very much. When I started my studies, I was told you have to be bilingual. You have to speak English. You have to speak the universal language. I think the issue of school that was raised at my left, and here again, we have to succeed in the fact that technology is really integrated in the educational system. We have a technique at Accenture. We call it the technological IQ. Everybody in society should increase its technological quotient, TQ. So cybersecurity shouldn't be black boxes. It can be misused, and we have to go beyond that to understand what's behind this. There's a real educational stake here. On cybersecurity, I would say that when I talked about the technology as an ally in the management of crisis, cyber is a very important element. Since the COVID, imagine the number of cyber attacks on enterprises and individuals was multiplied by 2, 3. So globally, the system withheld those attacks. So there are ways to face all this. And so I'll talk about the cyber risk. We talk about the cyber risk. It's an integral part. It's under pressure, under stress. You make progress, but there's a risk. It's because there's competition that this happens. It's because there's cyber that applications make progress, so we continue to invest. It's a risky game, but it's not more risky than there was industrial spying, you know. So it's part of accepting the development of technology, but enterprises will have to spend more and more, invest more and more. It's a risk, but it's also what makes the strength of, makes our strength because you're constantly facing the risks and that you need to master. As far as education in school, I think the tools have changed since then. Today, the binary mathematics, well, in video games, children take ownership of video games, and things are becoming more intuitive and more collaborative. So it's something that's easy to integrate in the programs. The technology has changed the setting. So 2 additional questions. One on diversity for Cédric Villani, and an important question on the Chinese social credit scheme. A few words, but very short, in a nutshell on this question. Human resources in the educational system. You can do what you want. An educational system can be supported, but it's first of all the teachers and with the human system that will do the job. And it's the pride, efficiency, well-being, training the humans make the educational system, and the Économiques reform failed as others. We can talk about the health problem. We talk about artificial intelligence. So it doesn't keep us from having all these human beings that are rigorous and well-trained. 10 years ago, a well-known economist made a big declaration when he said that by 2020 we'll need half the people in the hospitals. Well, no comment. And we can say the same thing everywhere. Tech will help, but it doesn't save you from, if you want to do the ecological transition, you will not. We need to reduce our meat consumption, as a concrete example. Those countries that invest in more in the digital sector in education saw their educational level drop. There's a UNESCO study, their perverse effects. So 1 minute. Who will talk about the Chinese social credit? Equality, men and women, yes, I will propose to reference artificial intelligence without them, women. And so systematically there's been a trend to increase the inequalities between men and women. It's true with the reform of the high school degree. But the main topic in mathematics is primary school. Mathematics is in primary school, so I'll be blamed for this. 30 seconds on the Chinese social credit and surveillance society. So 30 seconds each. So on the surveillance society, each time you need to develop an application, you need to also develop alongside everything that enables to protect each other from surveillance and cybersecurity. We're asking everybody who develop applications to do this. On the social credit in China, there's always a risk, and there are enterprises where there's a risk of surveillance, but we're protected from that in our countries. And I think we have to look at the advantages technology can bring forth today. You use alarms at home, in your homes. You need mobile apps. You can have your data that are in the hands of your energy supplier. This, you have to use them properly and have all the firewalls and protections needed. Last point I'd like to raise is the simplification. What we would need is, before talking about education with a view to technology in school, you have to teach everybody to develop simple applications. If the major success on the iPhone and the use of technologies today, successful technology, is because they're simple to use, and the complexity was left to the people who developed the applications. Thank you, Anne-Sophie Elsie. Conclusion, few words. We said that we saw that the debate was vivid on how you take ownership of the tech. The question is, the digital revolution is there. Will it be an opportunity or not? You said it's a real challenge in terms of productivity gain. We saw that during the COVID crisis. What about the future? The technology can be a good or bad thing depending on how we use it. And it's humans that decide how they take ownership. Thank you. Thank you all.
Merci à tous nos intervenants.
Thanks to all our guest speakers and for this very interesting debate.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everyone. Today's session is called Responding to the Ecological Emergency. It's the most complicated session because until now you've had sessions that explain to what extent the environmental emergency was serious, and we're supposed to find answers. So I'm warning you that we won't have all the answers, but we will try to contribute some elements. Imagine the economy in the Wild West. You've all seen cowboy movies when you were young. What was great at the time was taking your horse and buggy, go out west, cut the forest down, civilize the Indians, kill the wildlife, set up your farms, raise cows, and that was considered great. That's over. If Brazilians wanted to do that, we would say that's not what you should be doing. Imagine fossil fuels. This is what made it possible to have the Industrial Revolution and technological progress. It also allowed huge growth, this historical accident, which was modern growth, and now fossil fuels, we've understood that we need to get rid of them because fossil fuels are provoking climate change. So we see to what point change must be deep and total. We need to change the way we think. It's not just little economic changes that are necessary. We need to make very deep changes, and this is very complicated. It's incredibly complicated. What my students say is that when my generation started to talk about climate change and tried to organize COP meetings, they weren't even born. So they really have the feeling that we were slow, that progress is slow, and now it's up to them to do the job. And it's difficult. We left them all the work. It's going to be incredibly difficult, and yet it's indispensable. What's also clear is we talked a little bit about biodiversity in these meetings. We talked about the climate. Biodiversity is the second huge project in front of us to protect biodiversity, and in my opinion, it's more complicated than the climate question. Why is it more complicated? Because the climate, we've understood that if we get rid of fossil fuels, we will manage to control climate change. But protecting biodiversity is impacted by all human activity. And the observation made, we know why biodiversity is decreasing. Because of farming, because of the building of cities, we've reduced their living area. It's also pollution, climate change, and there isn't a huge, clear action like getting rid of fossil fuels that we could do that would make it possible to make huge progress in the protection of biodiversity. So I think it's even more complicated, and we can't underestimate the work that's required. Solutions. Solutions, obviously, moving away from fossil fuels. Our speakers will talk about this. Obviously, renewable energies are a solution. There's no real cost problem associated with renewables energy. It's intermittent energy production. We're still going to have to make huge technological progress in order to store energy. So this is a technological project in front of us. There's the nuclear option. We can talk about it a lot. I'm a bit perplexed about nuclear energy. I don't think that it can be a general solution for the entire world in the long term, because nuclear requires very solid governance structures, monitoring bodies, very solid institutions. And to not be politically correct, we don't want all the countries in the world to have nuclear power. So there are a lot of discussions on this topic. And I think this will be an ongoing debate. We need to look at price. If we don't put a price on carbon, if we don't know how to give value to biodiversity, I don't think we're going to succeed in solving the problems. And you know, like I do, that putting a price on carbon is very complicated. In France, we had this huge problem with the yellow jackets that blocked the carbon pricing. And perhaps Europe is the solution. the Fit for 55 program. There's an extremely important topic here. How will we be capable of redeveloping the carbon tariffication and the tariffication of ecological nuisances of harm? The next to last point is we need to make huge investments. How will we finance these investments? We must not only finance them, we need to plan them, we need to do them in the right order. We haven't talked much about this, but saying to people you have to give up your internal combustion engine and if you don't, and buy an electric car, but if we don't have charging stations everywhere, how is this going to work? We need to do things in the right order, in an organized and planned fashion, and we have to make huge planning efforts and huge investment efforts, which are going to require financing, obviously. And finally, we keep hearing the slogan, sobriety, let's be sober. That is a solution that we should talk about. What does it mean to be sober? Who needs to be sober? Being sober means reducing one's energy consumption in a voluntary manner. We have to be more sober, reduce our energy consumption voluntarily, because we can't put a price on carbon. And I think this sobriety is a fundamental question that has to be studied. We need, in particular, to be able to say who has to be sober. It's complicated to tell people in Africa that they need to be more energy sober, or people who can't pay their energy bills that they need to be more sober. That's a societal question that's an important one. It's difficult to be sober in a society that puts such value on abundance. So the solutions exist, but we need to have a very deep social debate in order to get these solutions to come to the foreground. I'll stop here to give the time to our speakers. They have very little time to express themselves, so we'll start with Terry Lehtonen, who's the Secretary of State, Ministry of the Environment for Finland, and she will be talking about what Finland is doing. They're very ahead on the question of solutions. So, Madame Lehtonen, the floor is yours.
Kathleen, and thank you for the invitation to join you here in Aix-en-Provence. I studied here 25 years ago, so it's a real pleasure to be back in Aix. Ladies and gentlemen, just a broad 3 areas in respect of tackling the ecological urgency. First, the need to shift to nature-positive economy and putting the lessons of Dasgupta review in practice. Second, the need to accelerate on the road to climate neutrality, and briefly on our national action towards climate neutrality by 2035. Now, you know all, we're faced with triple ecological crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Nature loss is happening right in front of our eyes. Aside the intrinsic value of preserving the planet and its nature, the loss of biodiversity directly threatens our well-being, our food supplies, access to clean water, and our health. Biodiversity is declining faster than ever before in human history. The IPBES reported that in many habitats, the loss of species is at level that risks collapse of whole ecosystems. So we are in the midst of the 6th mass extinction. Our governance systems are, however, not well equipped. They're rather ill-equipped with dealing with this. And this was already discussed yesterday in the panel of Mr. Lorenzi on common goods. We're bad at governing the global commons in a manner that is consistent with the science, what the science tells us. And we're bad at dealing with the extreme risks and uncertainties to the economy and well-being that, for example, biodiversity loss entails. Take example of pollinators. The annual value of pollinators is measured in tens of millions of euro in Finland alone. If you look at it globally, the figure is astronomical. Yet we keep poisoning pollinators with substances that we know are very harmful to them. How then to turn to a nature-positive society and economy? We need to connect the ecological crisis to the drivers, the overconsumption of natural resources. Dr. Dasgupta has brought us the attention brought the attention of the world on the internalizing nature into decision-making. Nature needs a value, and the ecosystem services need a price tag in our governance system. So attention has to shift to seeing natural resources and in particular nature and ecosystem services as assets. We need to start accounting and tracking for the status of that asset along with the other key variables that constrain and guide our policies and economic decisions, like the GDP, employment, or poverty statistics, for example. And we're in the process of analyzing how to resign this into our system in Finland. Engaging with the private sector will be key, and we will need new tools to quantify the impact on nature and ecosystem services. In Finland, the first step we are taking is putting a voluntary biodiversity compensation into our nature protection law. So this will be a first place where we quantify and in a manner that is regulated. It's a voluntary one, but it's a first step. So doing this overhaul will take time. In the meanwhile, we must first start taking measures throughout the economic activities to improve, to minimize our impact on nature and start restoring. For example, we have forestry companies that have already committed to being nature positive in the management of their own forests by 2030. Now this should become the rule in all economic activity. The recent proposal by the European Commission on nature restoration is an attempt to nudge us forward in this respect. It sets targets on member states to start restoring and improving the state of nature, both at protected sites, but also in cities, in managed forest, in agriculture. And second, we must give nature more space. The new global biodiversity framework for 2030 to be agreed at the UN Biodiversity Conference this December will be very important in this regard. Over 90 countries, France and Finland included, have together, through the High Ambition Coalition, advocated for the new framework to include a target to ensure that at least 30% of land and sea areas globally are protected by 2030. That 30 by 30 it will be essential for giving space to nature. Now, 30 might seem daunting to policymakers when we need to find the space and to landowners, yet this still implies that 70% of planet's surface will be dedicated to human exploitation. This also just emphasizes the need to shift also the rest of human economic activity to supporting biodiversity. Friends, just wanted to say a final word on climate. I know that this is more discussed, but we are not on track to meet 1.5 degrees. We are lagging behind in implementing our promises, and we are lagging behind the observed reality. We need robust action on all levels. In Finland, we have set a target of being climate neutral by 2035 into law. And we set this target because it was our climate scientist recommendation to us, what is consistent with the 1.5 degree target for Finland. And we have now implemented this into law. We have greenhouse gas reduction targets which are consistent with that for 2030, 2040, and 2050. And this will require a lot of greenhouse gas reductions. We have set in law phase out of coal. We are decided to phase out oil in heating and to phase out fossils in transport by 2045. The good news is that in Finland, industry and society is with us. So we have already the sectors of economic activity that are also planning their transition to climate neutrality. I think I will leave it at here because of time constraint, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Pardon, il faut que je parle en français.
So our online guest, Simone Maury, who is the director for Europe of the NL Group, a renewable energy company. Mr. Maury? Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this session. I'm sorry I'm not with you in the beautiful city of Aix-en-Provence.
It's easier for me to focus the main topics in this language, and I believe that the topics we are discussing today are very important. Especially in the frame of the present geopolitical crisis. As you were saying, decarbonization of the energy sector is very important, and we all know that renewables are the cheapest and the most efficient technology today in probably all around the world, in a large part of global geographies. And Enel is the number one Western investor in renewable by far. We operate in more than 35 countries all around the world. And we have many experiences of how renewables may bring not only decarbonization and the cleaning up of the energy sector, but also the most effective way to manage the need, for example, of energy in emerging countries, in countries which are quickly growing, such as Latin America, Far East, or Sub-Saharan Africa. And then that's the reason why we are supporting a lot what Fit for 55 was proposing. So Europe is leading the pace. We believe that we need to be ambitious. We have the technology, we have the finance. Despite the fact that today, after the crisis, the financial condition of the market is worsening, private operator, investment funds, sustainable funds, there's a lot of finance for that. What we need is much more a set of rules and conditions to make these investments easy to make. Of course, all this was very clear before the crisis. After the crisis, after the invasion of Ukraine, after the reduction of gas flows in Europe, when for France, this problem is relatively modest versus other countries in Europe, such as, for example, Germany and Italy. But it's clear that renewables are not only covering a key role in terms of reducing the cost of energy, cleaning the atmosphere, reducing CO2 emissions, but are also the most important way to reduce our dependency on imported commodities. That's the reason why, looking again at what Brussels is doing, REPowerEU is a very good step forward, because it emphasizes the fact that even if in the short term we have to do everything we may in order to manage the transition, because of course, if we have a reduction of inflows of gas from Russia in countries such as, again, I was mentioning Germany and Italy, countries which are heavily dependent on this gas, we have to utilize all the technologies we are available, also technologies that we are ready to phase out. For example, our coal power plants, we are ready to shut them out in Italy. And probably in the very short term, there will be some residual use of that. But it's clear that we don't have to deviate from the major stream. At the contrary, we have to accelerate. We have to increase the ambition. We have to do more of what we wanted to do, what we intended to do, and we have to do that faster. And this is where we are now, I think, in Europe. The focus now is acceleration, speed, and implementation, execution. In many countries in Europe, the bottleneck is not coming from technology, it's not coming from finance, it's coming much more from the red tape, the administrative difficulties, the permitting procedure. France, we are present in France. France is not is quite a good example of how difficult, for example, it is to realize a renewable plant. Italy is another big example of difficulties, maybe 5-6 years for getting the permission to build a photovoltaic plant in the country. This is becoming more and more difficult also in other countries that traditionally were hosting this investment quite easily, such as Germany. And we believe, again, trying to put our point of view on the flow, on the stream which is coming from Brussels, that the REPowerEU is presenting very good ideas on that. For example, asking the countries to identify the go-to areas, so the most promising areas where you should focus the renewable investments, and trying to accelerate, to simplify in a brutal way the permitting procedures in that area. Or for example, switching in some way the logic of the approach, for example, for the photovoltaic, for the solar roofs, and asking or creating a binding at forcing to imposing the fact that all the new buildings starting from 2026, 27 will be obliged to have a solar roof, at least if there are not, for example, in the historical center. So in some way reversing the logic. So you don't have to ask the permission for put your panels on the roof. You have to demonstrate that you may not put the panels in the roof. So just in order to conclude, time is not so much, but I want to highlight the fact that we are on the edge of a revolution, and that the crisis, the geopolitical crisis coming from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, should be considered a even more impellent push in order to accelerate the decarbonization process, the renewable investment booming that Europe was already expecting. And all the rest, it was mentioned, for example, the electrical mobility. I mean, all the rest of the revolution, which will be largely based on the utilization of clean electricity in other sectors, mobility, with electric car or buses, for example, or heat and cooling. This is already quite strong in France, much less in other countries where there is a need to switch from gas boiler, for example, to heat pumps. Well, this will be the natural consequence of the fact that we have a broadly, widely available of a large, massive production of renewables around Europe, with the needed flexibility coming from battery storage, pumping storage, digital grids, and all that will be put at the service not only of decarbonization, but also of our geostrategical energy independence. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The floor is to Monsieur Barbaros, the CEO of the AON Group. Thank you, Catherine. I'd say things that are partially redundant with what Simone just said, but I'd like to articulate my things between climate change and ecological urgency. It's the topic of this roundtable, an important topic for us. I personally think that we often talk about the climate, not enough about biodiversity, but I'll to start with the climate to show that it's articulated with broader subject topics. So, one of the points I'd like to say is that the private sector is very important, and it's not easy when you talk about bioclimatic change. There's still a defiance. When we talk about the private sector, we're under the impression that there are too many private interests, too many financial interests at stake, but it should be by essence because it's a public good for the good of humanity, the human race. So it's something we have to abolish. The private sector plays an important role, and I'll try to give some examples to that effect. We're accustomed. There's an urgency, but we're accustomed. There's solutions that still will work for a year, 2 years, 10 years, but they will no longer work in 20 years, even though we say it's not urgent. There are also obstacles. We fight against a form of remanence. We say yes, but renewables are expensive. But in reality, renewables the price of renewables is very competitive. But in the mind of public decision makers, it's expensive. So we should go slowly but surely. But we depend on the public authorities, and as long as we haven't managed to abolish this resistance, it will be an hindrance, a barrier. There are also issues with governance. I'll give you an example. The simplification shock that was put in place in France 10 years ago. We had the shock, but we didn't have the simplification. Today, it takes years, sometimes 10 years to obtain a permit. The committees pile up, even sometimes pretending that it's in favor of biodiversity. I must say, we're not the enemies of biodiversity, and this concerns each and every one of us. There's an urgency, but there's an idea of distance. We're all for renewables, but NIMBY. not in our own garden. We want the wind farms to be far from where we live. But I'm part of the optimist. There's an urgency, but there's something that's obvious, especially for younger generations in countries that are sometimes more open than France. I was happy to inaugurate a wind farm in Finland, and they call the wind turbines those wonderful white giants, and I like to hear that. And there's also the performance and efficiency. First of all, industrial performance. We produce efficient electricity. We often say there's an urgency, but unfortunately, they're intermittent energies. We know how to produce renewable energies in a permanent fashion. That's what we do. We add batteries, you know. And so, and there's the economic efficiency. Today, renewables, even in France, represent 5 or 6 times cheaper than the nuclear energy. Of course, question of availability of the nuclear energy is expensive in France. Maybe it'll become more efficient, restore the efficiency, but there's an urgency there. And also there's power. We can do things that are performant, that yield a good performance, but are also massive. A plant developed by near Bordeaux, by Loen, we supply 300,000 people. So this is not just an anecdote. I mean, it's something that has its full-fledged right to exist. So there is a French sector of excellence in renewables with SAF batteries and the solar energy with Bouygues and the wind farms with Siemens and with Vestas and General Electric, who also use a lot of European content for wind energy, and also an abundance. We under the impression that we won't manage because we're lacking capitals or sites. We're not going to, you know, fill our hills with wind turbines, but there are some possibilities. I supply Dutch customers from wind farms in Finland. It's distant, but it still works. And there's also, and I go back to the biodiversity, there are possibilities of coexistent. It's a potential. The climate urgency does not crash into the environment urgency. We don't destroy biodiversity. On the contrary, when you have solar farms, the biodiversity is encouraged. I mean, it's sanctuarized and protected, and so. When you have a solar panel field, for example, a lot of species come back to these and are favored with these installations. So there are voluntary compensations we can do also through our investments. We catalyze the protection of the biodiversity. We invest for that in all our countries, and I think we do a good job. And also, in simpler fashion, through our designs, there's a form of coexistence. We can do some solar panels. You can have animals, sheep, cows. You can farm under panels, between the panels or under the panels. You can have wind turbines in forests. It's a good mix. So not only do we participate in biodiversity to protect biodiversity, but also we foster biodiversity. Simone talked about the notion of independence also. So there's an urgency there also, and luckily the fight against climate change participates in energy sovereignty. It's a positive externality. And not only is it green, is it cheap, but it's also very precious. So I would like to conclude by, I hope my message was a message of hope and was consistent. And to conclude, we're talking about being frugal, maybe we can talk about temperance. I was happy to hear Patrick Pouyanné yesterday say that we had to eat our apartments at 19 degrees and wash our clothes at 30 degrees. And I think it was, I think each of us at our levels, that we take ownership of the environment concerns and urgency, and that we don't leave it to other people to take action. Thank you.
Merci. Je pense qu'il faut aussi.
So I think we have to stop using clothes dryers. Huh? Put your clothes outside to dry. So now we'll talk about biodiversity with Daoust Turini, who's the founder of an NGO, Ecoton. working on the water pollution by plastics. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm very honored to be with all of you and discuss about the responding to the ecological emergency. So I work at and found the environmental NGO Ekoton. We are based in Surabaya, East Java, Indonesia. And we have been working in wetlands conservation, water resource management, and also biodiversity conservation since the last 20 years. And now we are also focused on the plastic pollution issue because it's become a great threat to our rivers and ocean biodiversity. So I would like to discuss about plastic pollution crisis as one of the biggest threat to our biodiversity, and it's poisoning our planet and with a lot of toxic chemicals. We saw the pictures of turtles choking on straw, fish and birds died with the stomach full of plastic. And it's also happened in my area. So I live in Surabaya. There is a coast of Wonorejo where we can see the mangrove trees are dying because it's entangled with the plastic trash. The high tide, the sea tide, bring a lot of plastic from anywhere, and it's accumulated to the depth up to 1 meter. So it's really big issue to the biodiversity. And we're also doing a microplastic analysis, and we found that 80% of fish in our Brantas River contain microplastic in their stomach. And it's also already in our body. Microplastic we found in the human feces. And we also read the article that even the unborn children already contaminated with microplastic because the placenta, the blood is already contaminated with microplastic. And this microplastic bring a threat to biodiversity because about 60% of the fish also found to be feminized. So it's become a sterile fish and will become extinct because they cannot reproduce in the river. So during my stay here, I'm happy to see that plastic bags are already banned, and we've been served with the food, with the wood utensils and reusables. That's a good example, and it shows there is a global policy to reduce the plastic. But we also need a stronger global policy to turn off the tap of plastic production in our daily life. And inside the plastic manufacture, there's plastic chemicals that can poison the life cycle of the plastic. So if plastic are being recycled, the poison will also be spread to our environment. And even in Indonesia, we have suffer more pollution crisis because lack of waste management. And it will lead to leakage to our ocean. But unfortunately, the plastic producers and global fast-moving consumer goods keep flooding us with their single-use plastic packaging. I also saw it here. And the disposable items which cannot be recycled, like disposable diapers, it's become a big problem in our river. And microplastic already kill fish, because we're doing a lot of research on the seafood. It contaminates our seafood and threat to our health. Another problem is that rich countries export the plastic waste in the guise of recycling to developing countries. After China banned the plastic, and then the Asian, the Africa, and other developing countries become a destination to dump the plastic waste in the guise of recycling. It will cause more illegal dumping. In my village, there are dumping, and the burning of plastic trash, imported plastic trash, that release a dioxin that contaminates the eggs of the chicken, in our village, and it's not safe for consumption anymore. So we need to take responsibility in our own ways. Each country has to deal with their own ways. If plastic is truly recyclable, it should be recycled in their own country. So we need a global ban of a plastic waste shipment to the developing countries. And we need to end to subsidize the fossil fuel energy to reduce the volume of plastic that will be produced, and widely upscaling the safer alternative. Now, a lot of alternative already available, and we need to upscale and to distribute, to reach out to more wider area, especially in the rural, in the islands, in the coastal area where there is no waste management services available. So the negotiation and commitment to eliminate plastic pollution must ensure continued support for an ambitious and legally binding global plastic treaty that addresses the full life cycle of plastic and ensure adequate provision for the reduction of virgin plastic production to save our biodiversity from the toxic pollutants, contaminants. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc maintenant, je passe la parole à Clarisse Magnin qui...
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to hand over to Clarisse Magnin.
On y a demandé l'année dernière...
So you asked me last year if we could decarbonate Europe by 2050. I would have said it's a long pathway. We studied for 1 year 75 subsectors in countries of Europe, and we calculated exactly how we could decarbonize Europe by 2050, which is the objective set by the European Green Pact. Minus 55 greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and 100% by 2050. So there's a complexity that comes with the war in Ukraine that means that this difficult path is going to become even a more complicated one with a much steeper and narrower path. So we wanted to quantify what we should do, what we could do, that we need to double the capacity of the electricity sector that will make it possible to decarbonate industry, transport, and homes. So part of this will come. We need to triple the capacity of solar energy, multiply by 2.5 the wind power capacity. That's the energy side. If we don't produce more renewables, we won't be able to decarbonize. Secondly, there are technologies where we must ramp up the innovation. The good news is that we have 50% more technologies that are mature or in advanced development phases. So we have 50% of the solution today. However, we have 15 to 20% that are in development. So we see when this will arrive, but for the rest, we need to invent it, develop it in order to bridge the gap. Thirdly, we're going to have to put a lot of money on the table. We're talking about 28,000 billion in the next decade, so that's 1,000 billion per year. The problem is, in that half of the cases, this investment in environmental transition has no return on investment from an economic standpoint. So 50%, we can't do it immediately. There's a business case. It was a positive business case. So we generate savings from the cost, and it covers the cost of the investment in 50% of the cases. And in the remaining 50%, there is no economic case for these changes. So there are two options. One, public financing, or we put a price on carbon. And the price on carbon, we calculated this. We need to update it around 50 euros per ton. That's quite a significant figure, and it gives us a positive business case in 75% of cases. If the carbon price goes up to 100 euros, it's 85%. So if we want 100%, we're going to be at 170 euros per ton, and that's substantial. Those are the 4 things that we need to do: double electricity production, and grow technologies, bring them to maturity, put money on the table, either with public financing or with an increase in the carbon price, or a blend of the two, so that the economic actors have an incentive to make these investments. There are 4 consequences of this on purchasing power. So we need to update. There are a lot of compensation effects, but there can be an effect on purchasing power. The main problem is a problem on social accompaniment. This environmental transition represents the destruction of 6 million jobs and the creation of 11 million jobs. So the net is a positive of 5 or 6 million jobs. So we're creating employment. That's very positive. But -5 plus 11, you still have to manage the -5, and that's not easy. It's not necessarily the same people who will be impacted, not necessarily in the same countries, the same sectors. So we have to be aware that we're going to require real social support. Another important element is that to produce decarbonized energy, to reduce the portion that emits greenhouse gases and carbon, we're very dependent, because to make solar panels, to make batteries, to make electrolysis, we need rare earth, cobalt, iridium, etc., etc. And all of this today comes partly from Russia and from China. So when we talk about energy independence, when we want to move away from fossil fuels and become more sovereign in terms of our energy, we're recreating another dependency on materials that are rare and whose price is constantly going up. That's why this is such a complicated topic. And to finish in the allotted time, what has the war in Ukraine changed? Firstly, all of the investments that I described, the 1,000 billion per year, there are very important expenditures that have been announced by countries to increase their defense budget. The Germans announced 100 billion per year to reach 2% of GDP in their defense budget. For Italy, it will go to 1.4% of GDP, and then 2. Sweden, it's not Finland, but Sweden has announced an increase in their military budget of 40%. So part of the money we quantified, we know what we need to put on the table to solve the problem, and it will be deviated to this topic. Secondly, in the very short term, we're going to increase electricity, the most polluting electricity production. Germany announced that they're going to be recommissioning 15 coal-fired power plants. In the short term, we're going to be deteriorating the carbon balance. We're not going to be improving it. You need to be aware of that. Another element that's hardly described is that we're going to use lands that we had planned to replant. We're going to use them for agriculture because we need to produce food and biofuels. So in the short term, there is going to be a lot of tension. To conclude, there are elements of hope. If the price of fossil fuels remains high, it makes energies from alternative sources more profitable. So that will help us to make the conversion. This is a first element. Secondly, companies have a real strong interest in energy savings and in investing in decarbonization. We see a lot of our clients who are saying, okay, we're moving to decarbonization. make the business case, you have the drivers, and when we can finance it, we'll go. So we see a huge acceleration, and Nicolas will talk about this. There's a difference between big companies, medium-sized and small-sized. Not everyone is on equal footing in terms of their ability to invest and their understanding of the technologies. Since the materials will be more expensive and more rare, this is going to boost recycling. And the European Union, who had made a Green European plan before the war in Ukraine, has announced EU Repower, which is a very ambitious program on this topic. To conclude, I would say that we're in headwinds. Our pathway is going to stay very hard to climb, narrow with these headwinds, and we must stay focused if we want to solve the problems of the climate emergency. Thank you. Now Nicolas Dufour, who is the head of BPI France. You've got 5 minutes. We've heard very strong messages. I would just add, even if it's not necessarily the institutional message of the bank that I had, there's a narrow path for France, for Europe, and for the world. When we hear China say that they'll be carbon neutral in 2060 and India in 2070, they have 2/3 of the world's population. So 1.5 degrees of warming is not reachable today. At some point, we have to be honest and say it. I think it, so I'm going to say it, and the consequences are significant. The real border that we're attacking is 2.5. That's the real limit, which is even more anxiety causing. Closer we get to 3.5, none of the models available can predict what will happen to the Earth. The Earth, in any case, will survive in the long term. It's us as humans. Progressively, people are becoming aware that we're in this situation that is absolutely disastrous, and you're going to have movements of panic, what we call disordered transition. This is going to happen everywhere. New obligations, new laws, very strict laws whose consequences will not have been thought out in terms of their impact on people, the geopolitical relationships between populations. So this is going to be a random labyrinth, very dangerous one, that's going to accompany us in the 20 next years. The role of the BPI is to, at minimum, do its job. We can't solve the problem of famine in the world, but we can get the French economy to work with us in an organized manner on the path to decarbonization and the protection of biodiversity. So we're a shareholder of Xavier Barbaro to give him the resources to implement the vision that he's exposed to us. So we're shareholders in a lot of developers of PV and wind power in France, and we're doing a maximum to give them the resources. We've explained the difficulties that are not only for France, they're maybe more complicated in France. Our Italian friend said that they had issues. In Germany, there are also issues, but it's very complicated. You have social resistance movements. They're democratic forces that mean that if you want to create a wind park in France, it takes 12 years.
And so, to the minimum, we hope that we won't regret of not having done the maximum to bring in all the SMEs, all the industries in France, and the great groups we are shareholders of. We're shareholders of most of the large groups in France in the fastest decarbonization possible. The larger groups, we are close to the management, and we have an influence. We have a permanent dialogue with them. We advise them. We push. I'm the co-director of ST Microelectronics, ST. We want to be scope 3 in neutral, excepting for maritime transport, which comes from China, by 2027. Very heavy. I'm also on the board of Stellantis Scope 3, all included, neutral by 2038. Prometheus. Hard to do that. So we can no longer say, we don't want to hear, what are you doing? You know, you're doing nothing. No, it's not true. Everybody, absolutely everybody is on deck. Even those who are well equipped. All that, it's very, very expensive. And to keep up to our promises, strategic promises and anthropological promises. As SMEs, it's more difficult, more complicated. And so we have to do some door-to-door approach. It won't happen with slides, with PowerPoints, with green numbers, or not through discourses. We have to visit the entrepreneurs with consultants in energy transition, engineering consultants, with frugal solutions. One by one we have to, and we've started that. I can tell you that it's already started. We announced that we would transform BPI France in a climate bank 3 years ago. Enormous impact consequences. The whole BPI France organization has been covered. I have important things to say. Sorry, it's longer. I'm taking too much time, but so all the processes are reviewed. Our investors are filtered to make sure everything is in compliance with biodiversity. So knowing that we do the job and we will gain momentum, we're convinced that everything will just go crazy. It can be dramatic because it can have the same consequences of what I described on the deindustrialization of France. So we thought that the trend would follow. No, the trend never follows. You have to take care of it. So the role of the BPI is to take care of of l'intendance, which is day-to-day activities. So thank you.
Est-ce qu'on a le temps pour une question ou deux?
So do we have time? No, no time for questions. We're done. Sorry. We had a lot of speakers, so thank you for attending. My God, no questions. Okay, bye.
Bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. Eh bien, bienvenue dans cette session intitulée « Gagner la bataille du soft power ». Je vais tout de suite présenter...
We're going to talk about soft power. I will do a short introduction to give time for questions and everything. So I'll introduce our speakers briefly and let our speakers... So we, Khadija El Salami, born in Yemen, she's a producer. She'll be remotely... Pierre Dulaire, a former ambassador in Poland, who was also the president of the French Institute. Adam Price, scriptwriter, showrunner, Danish creator, so I think everybody knows him without knowing him. He is notably the author of the series Borgen, excellent series. And we have Hubert Védrine, former Minister of Foreign Affairs in France, you all know him. And it was just published a sum up of all his important texts under the title A Vision of the World. So we will start right now. I have introduced the participants with a few introductory words. So winning the soft power battle. The title may sound weird because we're in the middle of a war without power, but the hard power, military power, can be conjugated with soft power. So I'll give you an example which is not necessarily known, the Poly Chinese conglomerate. Maybe you know it, giant of Christie's, like Christie's, and enterprise specialized in armament. Okay, auction sales, created in 1984, and the name was chose in reference to the Chinese Liberation Army. When you see these Chinese policies in China on soft power, they're present. You have poly, but generally speaking, the Chinese soft power is the Silk Roads, which have the patrimonial heritage dimension. There will be an exhibit in the Louvre. They will the creation of China Africa, for example. There'll be this put the African countries in debt, but it's also revolves around soft power. We can add things on the cultural aspects, cultural standpoints. I'll be brief. A museum in Dakar, the Confucius centers, institutes. So the concept was defined by Joseph Nye in 1986, who was a teacher in Harvard and former Secretary of State to the National Security of the Carter administration, and never did out. It's a bit fuzzy. He was. This was decline in soft power, the need for a strong army, but also alliances, partnership, institutions at all levels. And since 2016, it was changed into sharp power, the whole of the soft power as it exists with authoritarian government. So soft power developed strongly. We see Korea with music, South Korea that is, with a great book by Sylvia Todd, and we see with how through music, what we call the K-pop, Korea, South Korea, a nation of industrialists, hardworking, in the world imagery, it's starting to shift to a peaceful and modern state. And so just a word on Ukraine. To conclude this introduction, a few words on Ukraine. There was Eurovision. You can say it's kitsch, it's just nothing, but as you see, Ukraine won the Eurovision. Russia was excluded from this competition. It had organized the Olympics in 2014, the Eurovision tour in 2009, the Football Cup in 2018, but Ukraine used this platform, this moment, to assert talk about its history, what's happening today. It used it as a platform to highlight the revisionist positions of the Kremlin when they talk about the history of war, they're affected by. So we can mention a lot of things, the work that was done by Russia today in Sputnik, which are officially banned in the EU, as just a few examples. So I turn immediately after this very quick introduction to Khadija. I turn to Khadija Salami, You were here with us, Regina, so when we prepared this session together, you told me that as the war in Yemen is a war without images, Saudi Arabia is justifying this war by using its soft power. So what did you mean by that? Can you say a few words on your experience? You've done some very courageous documentaries on the war in Yemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you and Elliot for inviting me in this conference. I'm very honored, and it's true, nobody talks about Yemen, and at the same time I'm happy to see that in our country and the world is mobilizing to defend Ukraine against the Russian aggression by bringing financial and military assistance, or by making us aware, thanks to all the people involved in soft power. So we have the proof here of the efficiency of soft power to influence people everywhere in the world. It's a normal reaction that the international community has this reaction. But we have countries like Yemen, which is aggressed by a neighboring country, Saudi Arabia, and since 8 years, and this unjust war was criticized by the UN and also by international observers. And they say it's one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. And so I don't want to go into details of this tragedy and the sufferance of the Yemenites, who are today totally abandoned by the international community, because this is not our topic for today. But how can you explain that countries that are meant to ensure the respect the human rights, they contest the war in Ukraine with such determination as we see it every day? We've seen in the last 4 months, while these same countries do not talk and shut their eyes on what's happening in Yemen. Some countries supply weapons and information and intelligence to the aggressors, and so, which is unacceptable. It's sad, and they let this happen. There's there are the West. You know, there's not a good dictator or a bad dictator. You know, they're violating the human rights, and so there shouldn't be two different approaches on that. And soft power, we know, are very efficient weapons for their propaganda and to propagate their lies. For example, Saudi Arabia in the war in Yemen has mobilized an incredibly powerful media machine in order to justify its war against a sovereign state. The televisions, radio, written press, digital press, they've recruited an army of experts in their social networks. And even with Twitter, they recruited agents to track anybody who criticized the regime so they can eliminate them. The regime tolerates no criticism, as the case of Jamal Khashoggi, the Saudi Arabian journalist who was murdered in the Istanbul consulate because he dared denounce the last of freedom of speech and the lack of the respect of human rights in Saudi Arabia and the involvement of Saudi Arabia in Yemen. The Saudi regime forbids the access to Yemen to journalists. And so not only do they count on their own media, but they have also paid millions of dollars to large communication companies in France, Great Britain, and the US to hide their crimes and disseminate good images of their Machiavellic regime. This cost them millions of dollars to vehicle their lies. We should be ashamed. And they put women and men, Yemeni men and women in prison. I'll give you an example. Oh, sorry, you only have a minute left. I'm sorry. So just one example. They use fake news to justify the destruction of Yemen. The United Nations are against the bombing of the port on the Red Sea. that the other Yemeni ports are controlled by Saudi Arabia and are protected. So what they did to legitimate the bombing of the port, for 1 week the Saudi Arabian media said that they got top secret information that they would organize a press conference to unveil the reasons for the attack. Everybody's waiting for this conference, and so we see that they're used Iranian weapons. I'm sorry, but your message is very clear. It's a war that we do not talk about enough in our Western countries. I'm sorry. So I will hand over the floor, but you can come back in the debate later. Sorry. So Pierre Buller, the floor is yours. Can you shed a light on these wars of influence on which you wrote a very interesting article with Frédéric Charillon? Yes. Thank you, François. So without going over the genealogy of the concept of soft power, on the definition of soft power, which dates back to the end of the Cold War, and which seemed to be confirmed by this concept is such that it is one of the most broadly used in international relationships. All countries have adopted these methods, with all countries that had an active cultural diplomacy, like France, the United Kingdom, and we all discovered soft power. Other countries have joined into this this approach, and the initial objective was to be attractive, to use them as influence tools. An example, and Françoise mentioned it, is that of the Confucius Institutes. China created some 550 Confucius Institutes worldwide that are vehicles to penetrate the Western academic world, and it gave rise to a reaction with the closing of a few hundreds of them. But you see all these propaganda machines that are under the soft power, and they're working full blast. I think Ms. Salami gave us a good example with Saudi Arabia, but we see that Russia Today, Sputnik, the troll plants, the Chinese broadcasting company with the CGTN logo, discrete logo, and the use of higher education abroad. China has 700,000, now before the COVID, they had 700,000 students in Western universities, and that boiled down to be sort of like a force broadly used by the Chinese Communist Party. So this as far as the tools are concerned. And if we want to talk about the battle of soft power, a few words on the message. Because in the end, this battle of soft power is a battle of narrations with stories, with the need to rewrite history. And here I would quote Joseph Knight, who was saying that in the era of information era we're in, what's important is the victorious narration. And it was something that was adopted by authoritarian regime. There's one that is distinguished. There is Russia. Putin turned into an historian-in-chief, rehabilitating the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact agreement, blaming the Second World War to Poland, made them responsible with a very vigorous reaction of the European Parliament by talking about the heroism of the Great Patriotic War, by persecuting anybody who would go against this memory. The memorial institution was dissolved recently, and he did that 2 years before the invasion of Ukraine. So he decided to refused to recognize the existence of Ukraine, talking about a genocide in Donbass with made-up proofs justifying their invasion by the presence of Nazis in Ukrainian or chemical weapons present on the territory. All this is a way of questioning history. We see the same thing in Turkey, where a national myth is being constructed based on the Ottoman state, and legal actions taken against researchers who criticize these actions. We're talking about Poland, China. Well, we mentioned the Confucius Institutes, but we can also talk about the presentation of a new history in China. While Confucius was condemned by Mao, his inheritor, Xi Jinping, is trying to turn Confucius in a promotion, a PR argument, presenting an harmonious China with a lot of surveillance in the country. I don't know if you've noted this episode of an exhibit project on Genghis Khan in the museum in Nantes, in the north of France, that had to be cancelled because the Department of Propaganda of the Communist Party wanted to rewrite the catalog by banning the name of Genghis Khan, the word of Mongolia from the catalog. And so, Pierre, thank you very much.
C'est-à-dire le catalogue et la carte.
The catalog and the map of the world of soft power is so impressive. So thank you for sharing with us an impressive catalog of everything. So we will go over that in our discussion. So Adam Price, very well known for Borgen. You all know that. 60 countries, I think, broadcasted your series. Excellent series, I'm saying. Borgen, and with Borgen, the world has learned to know about the functioning of the Danish democracy. In an article I read that Soft Power, how TV shows like Borgen put Denmark on the map. So you put Denmark on the map. Were you aware of that when you started to work on this series? And for you, maybe another question, does the cinema, which was the well-known vehicle of soft power, did the cinema lead the way to series?
It's a great honor to be here. No, of course, we didn't know anything, actually, that we were supposed to be a series that would be aired all over the world. We didn't know about that. I just wanted to write a political show, and I didn't know that I was going to be part of the soft power, basically. But I wanted to write about politics, and I didn't know how to do it. But then there was a bit of anger inside me, and anger is not a bad feeling to write on, you know, because it actually has a great driving force. My generation in Denmark was accused of being non-political, because the former generation, the famous generation of '68, they changed the society. They brought the equality of the sexes, brought women to the jobs, and changed the world. And we were basically the parasites of that revolution. So we were accused of that, and I got somewhat angry from that, because I was also, when I was a young person, there was very strong images of political struggle in my world. When I was 18, 19 years old, there was the falling of the Berlin Wall. There was the great uprising on the Tiananmen Square. And those were very strong images of people fighting for democracy, basically. And then one day, I was actually, just to tell you how Borgen actually came about, I was standing in a very profane place, my fitness studio, next to a very huge, tattooed, muscular man. And right at that time, the television was showing the news. And the Danish Prime Minister at the time, who actually was a speaker here a few days ago, Mr. Anders Fogh Rasmussen, was announcing the election. And the election is supposed to be the heyday, the party day of democracy, right? And this huge guy next to me said the beautiful words when he heard the election was announced, "Fuck, count me out." And then I thought, if I could write a show that would make this man vote, then we would really be doing something good with the soft power of fiction. So basically that was the driving force. Basically to sing a song about democracy. And that is not necessarily always a pretty song, but it is a very, very necessary song to sing, especially in these years. So I very much acknowledge to be a part of this fight, this soft power fight. There was a survey actually in Denmark by the Copenhagen Business School because we were accused, Borgen, the series, was accused of being biased. We wanted to move people in a social liberal way when they voted. And I was a bit afraid that, are we actually biased here? Are we trying to move people with our soft power? So they did a survey around the core viewers of Borgen if they were actually being moved politically by the show. And I'm so happy that the Copenhagen Business School, the completely unbiased survey of the show, came to the conclusion that we actually enhanced the political interest of our viewers, but we didn't move them politically because they were actually able to make the difference between, you know, fiction and real life. But still, I very much acknowledge to be part of this soft battle. And I think in these years where we actually, just like you said, Pierre, where we experience huge regimes trying to rewrite history, I think there's more need for the voice of the artist than ever. And I very much acknowledge to be part of this fight, and I think we need to take it on us. And it's not necessarily going to be a pretty fight. We see examples of this also in Europe. We see examples in Poland or Hungary, just to mention a few, where we are also in our backyard basically seeing history rewritten. Is the EU up for that fight? I very much hope so. If not, it needs to be fought by soft means of the narrative. And I would, hopefully, I would very much like to join that fight. There's also a war, a tragic war going on right now, not only in Yemen, but also in our backyard in the Ukraine. Very much a fight that needs to be taken on also by the soft power. Can we afford to lose that fight? I really don't think so. I need to stop.
Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation.
So thank you very much for this presentation, for defending democracy. And we really need that. Hubert Védrine.
Earlier you were saying, before we came on stage, that you were questioning the concept as a thinker today in geopolitics, and when you yourself were the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The floor is yours. Just a quick word about the concept and to answer the question. On the concept, I know Junayan, and they said that the US were dominant in terms of power. They did 100 times more. When we're worried today that they have their own narration, but we can have a more subtle use of our power. At the beginning, soft power was a very soft use of power. And then he perfectioned it and said, we have to be smart. We can do this in an intelligent manner. It became a relay for power. When I'm talking about an era where there were hyperpowers and that people could have their own stories seemed grotesque. We won, that was it. We won. It's not old. We could do an analysis. Do all powers work on soft? No. Russia has power, but not much soft power. Can there be soft power without power? Yes. NGOs, some brands. There's an analysis to be done, but this is not the right forum. But we need to really refine the term. The Europeans gave it a very positive definition, and I think it's a lot more complicated than that. We're always talking about power, the power fight, and the word power is even too much in some cases. Are we confusing this with just the rayonnement, just our influence that we can have? France is the #1 tourist destination in the world. That's not power, but it is influence. People have in mind Louis XIV, de Gaulle, the Loire castles, etc. There's influence, but there's no power there. So I'm going to stop that there on those considerations. In the question, I don't understand who we're talking about, really. Who is we? Can we win? We, the Western population, Westerners in the widest sense of the term, the answer is no, we've lost. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the vote at the United Nations. 140 countries voted against Russia, but 40 didn't want to take a stand. 40 representing 2/3 of humanity. So this is the reinvention of non-alignment. China, India, Indonesia, a lot of African countries. So if our huge soft power for decades, and we could go back to the US and Walt Disney, etc., we wouldn't have seen Xi Jinping in China. He wouldn't have dared. And along the line of Deng Xiaoping, we wouldn't have seen this belligerent attitude from the Islamic countries either. So can we re-win? And I don't think so, given what I've just said. I think it's a Western concept. Dominique de Villepin and myself, we talked about it at another round table. It's a concept that won't hold over time, given what's going on in the US, too. It's a country that is at the edge of imploding, and they're emitting concepts and their supposed influence. Will Europeans think of something different? Separate, specific, I don't know. So brutally, I would answer the question saying, it's possible that we won't lose, but it depends on what we put in the message. And the real problem of democracies, because we're mixing democracies, human rights, etc., it's not just Putin's horrible war. It's not the insolent declarations of the Chinese. It's the internal crisis in democracies. Democracies aren't working so well anymore. It's absolutely frightening what's going on in the US. In the UK, it's very strange. So there's a problem in democracy because most people don't want to be represented anymore. They don't want to vote. What the elites condemn as populism, populisms detest people who condemn that. So we're feeding the fire, we're feeding extremism when they're condemned by political elites that the people hate. They prosper in the light. So there's a big problem of democracy, and it's an illusion that we can regain on the surface of the planet the influence that we lost, or the monopoly that we had. But we just need to defend our civilization that we're viscerally attached to. If we don't find a consensus again with the people, with the populations, that consists in finding a reasonable answer for government, for the demands of people, to identity, sovereignty, managing migratory flows that the elites find disgusting and have been rejecting for years, saying it's racism and fascism. If in democracy we can't find a summary of this, we won't win, we won't recolonize the world, but just to defend who we are and to have influence in an acceptable manner by others, a manner that others find acceptable, rather. Perhaps a question to launch the debate. Has France moved in too many directions, or was it a bit too cheap in its soft power, influence, rather? at an international level with a strategy that's not always very clear. What do you think about that? I think it's the battle of language. It's not the case of all countries. But for France, for Louis XIV, from Versailles, language was a determining factor. In America invented globalization, the globish, the topic, it's not English, Oxford English, it's globish that everyone's speaking. And France has lost its influence because of these language issues. And I think that French needs to defend itself. We need to speak French better. The Germans need to defend their language. The Italians, everyone needs to defend their language. And the automatic interpretation systems are almost perfect. So are human interpreters. So the Chinese they're not working in English. So yes, we've been too dispersed in France. We're a bit pretentious, and we have a non-effective policy. I agree with that. But France needs to refocus on some key elements. And what are the key elements? What are our vital elements? We need to do a little housekeeping in our own country first. Are there questions from the room? But they're all, if we have Mrs. Al-Salami, I cut you off a bit quickly, but you've produced documentaries that were broadcast on French TV. Was there wide dissemination of your work, or did you have difficulties? Most of my films have been broadcast on several different channels or media. The topics that I focus on are very sensitive topics. And it was my compass to fight against injustice. The camera is the tool that I use for this, to fight this battle. Images speak more than words do and can reach millions of people very easily. That's why I use images to reach spectators, especially in Yemen, so that they realize how serious the situation is. When I did a film on very early marriages, which is the topic in Yemen, my objective was to show the real problems that caused these child marriages and why it was so harmful to society. This ancestral tradition was very harmful. The film, when it was presented in Yemen, obliged families to think more about the question. At first, it was difficult to present the film. I was threatened, I was arrested, but parents did see it and did think about these questions. And it encouraged people to talk about their own experience, women to talk about it. So there was a type of mobilization of women's organizations to put pressure on the parliament and to vote a law that would forbid child marriages. Unfortunately, the war in Yemen stopped everything, and the rights of women and children fell by the wayside. So the questions have come in on my tablet. Two related questions. How can we ensure that France finds its soft power from the past? And why is France regressing in terms of soft power? Who would like to answer that one? I'll answer the first question. How can we regain our soft power? I think there's an essential battle to be waged. That's the battle of ideas. France is the country of the Enlightenment. The philosophers who practically invented political liberalism that then blossomed in the United States and outside of the North America also. But I think we clearly need to say that not that there are two models, but there are two blocks. On one side, there are dictators and authoritarian regimes in the world that are based on manipulation of information, disinformation, propaganda, lies that they've built up into a system with what is behind this, arbitrary decisions, intimidation, censure, repression. And I invite you to look at the joint declaration of Putin and Xi Jinping in February in China, where these heads of countries talked about democracy. They both claim to be democrats and implement democracy in their countries. It's Orwellian. And there's another block of values that's based on law, our values that create Europe and France, representative democracy, liberty, truth, the value of truth in a world of post-truth. Hubert Védrine said this very clearly, and these values have been corroded and challenged. In the US, we saw this with Trump, but also in Europe and some European countries. So it's up to France and up to Europe to preserve this capital that's been produced over centuries, the centuries of enlightenment, and to fight for Europe in its diversity, to stay the political compass and moral compass of the Western world. Hubert Védrine. We don't have time to develop this. I agree. I also disagree with some things. There are a lot of people in the world, in the famous 40 countries, that didn't want to take a stand, and in a lot of intellectual environments where people think that the Western world has been lying to them and forcing an inexact view of history on them. So people think a lot about this, about American policy. That's why, as Pierre said, the solution is not an easy one. It's not right in front of us. But I think Robert Badinter made when he heard France, the country of the human rights. No, it's the country of the Declaration of Human Rights. That's not the same thing. We've never had a magic wand to transform our country into a place that really protected human rights. I think the question is more complicated, and I have another comment. The last time, France had a real influence was at the time of Derrida, Foucault, where we were creating the basis of woke culture in the United States with a very American approach. They created modern excommunication. They prevented people from teaching, from talking. Those who don't think in the same way as you were excluded. And that's why Obama intervened several times against this new culture. I agree that we need to relaunch the battle of ideas. But which ideas? So she said, "Thank you, madam," and Mr. Védrine said, "We don't care." I have a question for Adam Price. Can we have European soft power beyond nations with different languages? In other words, will we have another season of Borgen with Brigitte Nibor as a European commissioner?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to answer it completely because, of course, it's not up to me. It will be up to Netflix and also the owner of the rights, which is the Danish National Broadcasting Service, if they are going to do another season. But let's see. Definitely, I would. I have a lot of stories, and there are several people that are also bringing us stories about the EU. And just as I said before, there are also countries within the EU that are interpreting the concept of democracy in ways that I think is very damaging, and I think we need to take that discussion. And I would very much like to use the soft power of the narratives that I control personally to bring that debate into the 190 countries that are currently serviced by Netflix. I believe that, of course, language is important, but story knows no language. Stories can actually break down barriers, and I think we need to use narrative to bring down barriers and basically to connect us as human beings. The problem is when big countries basically cut off their populations and narrow the conversation down to basically the tyranny conversation between the holders of power and their populations, as we're seeing it in the various tyrannies around the world. Just before the war in Ukraine, Russia could still see Netflix. They don't at the moment. China is not seeing Netflix as well. So, I mean, that is the real problem also, that if we are to use the soft power of the narrative of cinema and television, we need to access the audience. And if the audience are cut off, then we have a problem, because then we have the parallel societies with two different truths. But I think we have to narrow it down to that there are elements of democracy that cannot be discussed. And we need to make that clear also within the EU, I think, personally. And if there were to be a 5th season of Borgen, I think we should bring that topic in.
Yeah, there's a question here from the back of the room. If you can take a microphone there, please. Thank you. Thank you for your testimonials. I have a question, a bit frustrated. We're talking about regaining soft power. We're not talking about our objectives. You talked about qualitatively, but quantitatively. What is the objective? What are the objectives? What do we want to win? What do we want to earn? You haven't talked about soft power measures. What is the objective? What do we want to achieve quantitatively? Pierre? I think that the first objective would be to stay loyal to our values and to the principles that rule over our lives, at least in Europe and the US and part of the world. Maybe I have some disagreements with Hubert Védrine. It's true that democratic regimes can be surprised or can be caught lying. And the difference between authoritarian regimes is that you don't end up in jail when you lie. You increase your reputation. You improve your reputation. You have. You could say that there's a permanent debate. It's called the democratic debate. And in these countries, 40 countries that have supported Russia, or let's say abstained, some countries are not among them, are not really advanced in terms of freedom. China, for Adam's right to say that Netflix is not broadcasted in China. 1.3 billion individuals don't have access to that. 5 or 6, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the beginning. 5 or 6 countries abstained, did not choose to support or condemn, including Russia. Russia did not vote, and 20 African countries also. Yeah, okay. They did not support, they did not want to support automatically the West. I'm sorry, he's talking about the West, supporting the West. But there are a lot of dictatorships, and we saw that with Salamé in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf and the Middle East and Africa, Asia, dictatorships where you end up in jail for telling the truth. It's the case in Russia, and you're deprived from the soft power tools that are to which we all have access. Never forget that China and Russia use their social networks that they ban in their countries. Facebook, Twitter, they no longer exist in China or Russia. There are social networks that are organized locally, but this battle of ideas cannot be on the same standpoint. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but defending our model without being proselytes or defending human rights at all costs, and that Rencontres denounced, stick to our guns. Sticking to our guns would be a first victory, and defend ourselves from all the intrusion, because it's the Western democracies that are, in the end, the target of all these dictatorships who use the weapons of soft power. Alan Price, maybe a word on this?
I think the narrative of fiction, it has an advantage, because it is not the truth. It is not journalistic truth. It is a beautiful dream. And when we in Denmark were occupied by the Germans during the Second World War, we did a lot of fiction that dealt with oppression. But we didn't talk about the Germans. We didn't talk about the real problems, but we talked about something that was very close to it. Thereby, we were able to actually have a secret opposition in the songs, in the plays, in the narrative going on. And I think that is perhaps a way that the soft powers can also arrive in countries that would abstain from the real truths, but as long as it's a story, they don't necessarily recognize it as political. And that's where we as writers need to fight the war behind the lines. Yes.
On a une question dans la salle.
Question from the floor. Sir, can you hear? My question is for Hubert Védrine. My name is Guillaume Geoffroy-Jassy. I'm responsible for the risks and for a fruit company. Yes, and I want to know what his position was on the future of France in this in African countries like Cameroon and Ivory Coast. It's a bit far from our debate and topic today. Well, I think that Westerners no longer have the monopoly of power, so there's a relative decline of the Western powers, including American, but the Africans are not crazy. You know, they're in the globalization, so they take everything that's there. They will go for Brazil, Qatar, whatever, China. They don't want to hear about democratic conditions and everything. So the Africans work it out that way. We can't think about Africa as a whole. It's very different depending on the countries. In the specific case of Sahel, I think Hollande, the President Hollande, was right to respond to the call for help with a regime that was threatened on demand of this regime and the Security Council. So we're right to move in, but we shouldn't have stayed after. Same mistake as the U.S. in Afghanistan. You know, that wasn't a good idea. But so it depends. We can't put on Africa, have for Africa considerations like development help, AIDS. We have to work on to measure custom solutions. Think not only of France and Africa, but we have to think about Europe and Africa. Be very pragmatic on these issues. And if I can say one more thing on the previous question, sometimes we agree with Pierre and sometimes we disagree, but in my opinion, if we want to recover our influence and be able to defend ourselves, democracies have to regain their efficiency. They can decide something. Recently, there was a fascinating debate in India where Indian intellectual said there's a problem in our country because we've been talking about the Bombay-Delhi highway expressway that still doesn't exist. And in the meantime, China did built 350 super highways. No, we can't adopt the Chinese regime that is monstrous. Yes, okay, but the Indian democracy has to recover its democracy, so it's trivial. So, okay, if democracy doesn't become a religion or with exaggerations, but if it works, it sends us back to this, we have to have a historical compromise between the elite and the people. You can't re-educate the people, but you have to strike a deal. And if we do that, we can respond in a more optimistic way to the question, will we defend, will we recover our influence, will we radiate again? Otherwise, we won't manage. So this goes back to internal questions we should address in our countries. So not much time. Fortunately, I can't ask you to conclude. What do we have, 3 minutes? Wow. So very briefly, in a nutshell, Khadija Salami, to conclude, a few seconds. You're done. No, a few seconds. Well, okay. I just wanted to say that to fight against the injustice, we have to take risks. It's my case, but there's no excuse for not continuing. It's important to follow our hearts, to follow what our hearts tells us. Pierre Buller, I will call philosophy to help Thomas Hobbes. 500 years ago, he says, when there's no rule of law, nothing is unjust. Friedrich Nietzsche, who borrowed from Dostoevsky, if God doesn't exist, everything is allowed. Nietzsche said, if nothing is true, everything's permitted. Adam Price.
Well, I'm just saying that I'm very happy to join the fight on behalf of democracy and the values that we've been discussing. I do believe that fiction can change people, and people can change the world. So let's do that.
Hubert Védrine.
Hubert Védrine. No, you already said, so we'll leave the last words to Pablo Picasso. When he painted Guernica, he said, painting is not meant to decorate apartments. It's a war instrument. It's a weapon, defensive and offensive weapon against the enemy. Thank you for taking part in these sessions. Thank you very much.
You're all seated, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon actually to all of you. Welcome to the final session, and you know the title, of course, of the Rencontres, how to succeed to transform the world. Conventional meeting in line with the habits of the Cercle des Économistes. That is, we'll hear first Hélène Ray, who is professor at the European Business School, and then the speakers will take the floor for 5 minutes each. And then, after that, we will take your questions. Let me introduce the speakers. Hélène, I've just done that. There's Cynthia Fleury, who is a philosopher, and Fazia Koufi, who is a former vice president of the Afghanistan Parliament, Marie Jacquemin, who is a reporter, Abhijit Banerjee, professor at the Boston MIT, and he's also an Economy Nobel Prize winner. And finally, next to me, Dominique de Villepin, former Prime Minister of France. So, Hélène. Set the stage. Thank you, François. So let's be clear, the topic of the panel is quite ambitious because we have to succeed in transforming the world. So wherever we look, the requests for fundamental changes prevail in climate, in pandemics, in biodiversity, or even in societal domains. And we know that in many cases, we know what to do. We do sometimes even, we do have the technologies that could make things move forward. We also know that the cost of the lack of action are huge. Yet, in most cases, we wait. We are like paralyzed, stalled. We don't do much or nothing. Let me give you 3 examples quickly. First example, the pandemics. When COVID occurred, we were able to produce vaccines, and rapidly, actually. It was amazing. But we were not able to provide vaccine for the whole world. In 2021 already, there was a note from the IMF indicating that the benefits of global vaccination would be $9,000 billion for a fairly limited cost of $50 billion US. Now, if we had vaccinated the whole world, this would have made it possible to avoid disturbances in production chain lines, trade, and reduce the likelihood of advent of variants. In the economic terms, the return rate for the vaccination of all countries was absolutely huge, and I'm not talking about the human cost. And even though if cost had been fully covered by the European Union alone, this would have been a huge investment, a phenomenal investment. This investment cost would have contributed to reduce the problems of public finances in Europe and especially in France. But we didn't do it. So, whereas this would have been in the interest of all, and especially in our own interest, and at the human level, at the sanitary level, from a social standpoint, and the economic standpoint, and even in the interest of public finances. Second example, climate risks are no longer in a faraway horizon that we could ignore. Our carbon budget will be depleted in 8 years if we limit ourselves to 1.5 degree warming up, and 25 years if we want to limit it to 2 degrees. That is tomorrow. Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, in 2015 talked about the tragedy of the horizons. Let me mention him. The catastrophic impact of climate will be felt well beyond the horizon of most of the current players, imposing costs on future generations that the current generations are not invited to lower. Okay, this is the tragedy of horizons. But horizon has shrunk, and we've discovered, in addition with the war in Ukraine, that transition to a decarbonated economy is the key for our energy independence. Therefore, we must transform ourselves and transform the world with us, because Europe produces only 8% of global emissions. So we, the US, China, India, have to transform themselves. And the cost of lack of action are very high, possibly almost infinite. We do have some technologies to do decarbonation. There are leads to transform our economies and societies, which are very promising yet. And although Europe and France are leading, we do not make headways collectively. Why? Well, we could, without any cost for society, we could stop bitcoins, which consume as much power as Vietnam alone, and will make it, and we'll have less fraud as well. So, third example, biodiversity, and this is the cornerstone of our activities. We were able to count on the dividend by the planet, in terms of biosystems and beauty, for tourism, for economic business activities and well-being. But biodiversity is depleted and cost is huge. We still talk about it, and we don't have any measure of biodiversity that would be reliable, and we don't even know what is our dependence to biodiversity. So why do we wait? Why don't we take care of the common goods? Well, I think a lot of you feel, I do feel, that it should be a study that would not be done in silo. We need acute sense of priorities, good assessment of order of magnitude. Don't spend time, energy, and money on small problems, and political courage. In all these transformations, the cooperation, be it at the local level or at the regional, global level, is a central element of success. So our future is collective, but it is for us to determine in which field cooperation should be done, and mostly how to fuel them and implement them. Back to Denis Kessler, we are now facing the long-term urgency, and the panel with different experience will certainly enlighten us on all this. Thank you.
Qui justement s'adresse aux terriens.
We're going to talk now about a charter with many encouragements for we human beings. Hello everybody, I'm really delighted to be with you today. I'm going to answer the question from my point of view. I'm in the Humanity and Healthcare chair, and I also occupy the philosophy chair at hospital in Paris for psychiatry and neuroscience. This is very important that I point this out, because we wanted to reinvent hospitals. We thought that it was a really nodal point, and that a city survives and a country survives if it has a good hospital system. We have to have medical humanities at the very heart of the redesign of our development aid. So you asked me about hurdles. Well, we have certain individuals who are going to dig their heels in. First of all, because the cost of change, well, when you weigh the cost of, when you can put that charge upon someone else's shoulder, then you do it. So you're going to try and find someone who is more vulnerable than yourself. And so long as that vulnerable person can shoulder that burden, then we will shift that burden to their shoulders. So there are many physical laws, economical laws, but there are also psychological laws. I am not for analyzing history on the in detail, but I think we must be sure that we mustn't be reactionary in our actions. So in my philosophy chair at the hospital, I focus on the micro scale. What on earth might that be? Well, this is the vulnerability of the individual, so the smallest unit, if you like. And we work on the capacities of that vulnerability. We have a design theory based on that vulnerability. So rather than considering vulnerability, rather than denying that it exists, we're going to map it out. So we stop pretending that it doesn't exist. It's systemic, in fact. But they are also anthological. So we start off with the vulnerability, that of an individual and an organization. And let me give you an example. For example, if we take a look at the hospital itself, we go directly to work on the clinic for the carers who are suffering from burnouts. We've got a protocol of how we heal these carers so that the hospital that cares will continue to care properly. We are also going to take a look. We've got a chair at the Pansy Hospital. Why did we go to that particular place? We went because we've been able to identify around the world some hotspots of vulnerability. And these vulnerability hotspots, the same way as they exist, as there are biodiversity hotspots, you know what one of those is. It's an area, or areas in the future. There are systems which account for 2 to 3% of the land ecosystem, but which regulate between 30 and 60% of ecosystemic services. So it's all important. We do the same thing by identifying on the planet some vulnerability hotspots. The hospital of Ponzi is war violence, wife beating, all that kind of stuff. And we take care of that spot and invent resilience protocols based on those vulnerabilities, and then we disseminate them to other places. So those are just a few examples so that I respect my 5-minute time slot. Thank you very much, Cynthia. Thank you very much for giving us those concrete examples, and thank you for being so precise. Fawzia Koufi now.
President of the Afghan Parliament. You left Afghanistan last September, and you live now in London, but you are still one of the leading voice of Afghanistan. So we are very pleased to welcome you today and to have you with us.
Thank you, sir. I hope the translation is good and everybody can hear, because I don't want to confuse you further about the situation. I think when we speak of transformation, for people who live in Europe and West, it's completely different concept to where I come from, to my parts of the world. Afghanistan and countries that are in conflict, or countries that are suffering from humanitarian crisis, human rights crisis, political crisis. In my country, the politics of exclusion obviously is the main challenge, and I think it's all over the world. We cannot claim of transformation if our politics is on the basis of discrimination. Discrimination on the basis of gender, on the basis of religion, on the basis of ethnic, race, or any personal, kind of identity. And unfortunately, up to now, still, the world politics is occupied by the exclusion on the basis of discrimination. We hardly have countries that really overcome this lack of political willing. If you see how many countries are now led by women, probably doesn't go beyond my finger counts. You know, how many Muslim countries actually are led by women? It's even worse. But in my country, it's much worse than you can imagine. Of course, in the last, just to give you a little idea, Afghanistan is not chronically a poor country. We are a country full of natural resources, as you can imagine. We have an important geographical location that connects Central and South Asia. We have a very young population, very dynamic. These are all our potential economic opportunities that could be utilized. However, as I said before, conflict and politics of exclusion has been the main barrier. In the last 20 years, after 2001, we have tried to, you know, somehow use these potentials. And for me, coming from a rural area in Afghanistan, being the first woman to be educated in my family, and in fact in my community, I just believe that education is the fundamental for progress and transformation. Probably you won't relate to what I say because in your parts of the country you take education for granted. But in my part of the country, in my country, still, you know, people, especially girls, are not allowed to go to school under the pretext of religion. Now you're hearing, but in the last 20 years, what we have tried to do is to try to empower communities by educating them, empower women, empower girls, empower boys, so that they connect. They connect to technology, they connect to, you know, opportunities, and they bring this new ideas and innovation into their communities, into their societies. Because I think one of the challenges in our parts of the world is also connectivity. The fact that we are not connected, there is no roads, there is no, you know, public transport to the extent that it should be. These are main challenges for people to access social services. For instance, I know that, you know, people from as far as like 8 days of walking, all the way walk to come to a French hospital in Kabul. It's easy to say it. It's all very impossible to imagine and be in that situation. So education and connectivity is the two main things that we have tried to overcome. And we have overcome. 11 million children went to school before Taliban take the country. But unfortunately, out of that 11 million children, which 4 million were girls, now almost 1 million girls go to school. Girls from beyond grade 6 are not allowed to go to school. Almost there is a gender apartheid. So as long as we continue to oppress the societies, to exclude them, obviously the society will not enjoy transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Marine Jacquemin, we're staying in Afghanistan with you. You have witnessed 60 or so conflicts in 5 years, but you also have a personal commitment at stake. Please pick up the mic. Does it work? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. This is the first time I'm speaking in public, so I'd just like to say that one day an Afghan woman said to me that 1% of your wealth would be all we need. 1%, that's all. So that makes you stop and think. I live in the world of war. The world is changing with war. We have these arms merchants who are growing richer, journalists such as myself. We cover wars and chaos and distress. And we come home, you know, as if nothing had changed. We don't really talk about these things with our families because it's upsetting for them. And we say, sooner or later, or rather, we say that things are getting, it's harder to come home after a report out in the field, even in terms of our ethics. You just can't wash your hands of everything. One day I came back from a report, and there were some images which really shocked me. A young child walked on a mine, got blown up. We had a translator with us. He was hung by the Taliban. And I said to myself, this just cannot go on. This is impossible. So it all began by constructing a little haven of peace in Kabul. My translator had taken me to a hospital one day and said, Marine, we will build this back again together. And I remembered all of that, and I decided that building a haven of peace on a minefield and in a country which is riddled with war for generations, it would require a lot of determination, of course, but having such a project carries you so far. It's like a sacred mission that you've got. You'll do anything. You'll knock on any door. You'll shake hands which are not outstretched. You would even shake hands with the devil. But you have to do everything to succeed. There were lots of negative reports. People were saying, why Kabul? Why Kabul? Why don't you do this in France? There are these people with fine words, they never do anything. There were those who were envious. But you just have to move forward all the same, and you have to move forward with fear in your gut. For years, I covered 35 years of war, and I've always been afraid because that fear protects you. But by the same token, fear must not guide you. There are many other things. There are some really important moments you've got to go forward. I was with some soldiers once who'd been with me to see the number 2 of the Taliban. I decided to meet that person because I wanted to win him over. I wanted to convince him that my project was not a kind of gadget. It was a thing that was long-lasting, and I wanted him to get on board with it. I said it was a project for women and children, but it was also a project for him, for his family, for his children. And he too had to be committed, and I was asking him not to come into the hospital. He had the right to do so, but I asked him not to come in there with his weapons and his bombs, and so that women wouldn't go in wearing their veils. But sadly, the women were forced to put those veils and burqas on later on in several years down the line. But I wanted to create this bubble of freshness, bubble of cool in this heated country, and they would come in their hundreds. So the conditions were respected, and so now for 20 years this hospital has been up and running. It's been saving thousands of children thanks to this chain of hope, which works. We have heart surgeons that can operate 4 hearts a day. We work on the disabled, we give them operations, and it has created a huge family at the heart of Kabul. People come and they bring us children who are already dead, and they want us to save them. I just can't express it. It's just a catastrophe. I recently saw some footage of the Taliban returning. It's heartbreaking. I knew they were going to come back because we have the watch, but they have the time. And so the hospital no longer works as it did. It's kind of hopping around on one leg. The hospital will outlive us, I'm sure, because one day Madame Chirac said, well, it's great to build a hospital, but then you have to run that hospital and find the right manager for it. And I found Zara Agakon, the best hospital manager, with her father's foundation. And what I'm telling you today, what you've just heard, is I put my tiny drop in this ocean of misery, but you who are listening to me, you are the 1%, and you in your pocket have another little droplet which will make that, when you think about this, you will change the world. That's what transformation is.
Thank you, Mr. Abujit Benaji.
You to welcome one of the leading economists in the world. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It's one very good predictor of which countries did better in terms of dealing with COVID was the trust in government. And as we think of the world, think of the charge that Hélène gave us of all the things we can do and should do, I think all of them, the fact of having faith in government is central to them. Unfortunately, just in the last 20 years or 15 years, the fraction of the population in the West who say they have trust in government has declined by 25%. and it continues to decline. So we're really in a point where we need the trust in government. We need it for everything. We're dealing with COVID, where who should get the vaccine, who should not. And you can see that where there is less trust in government, like in the United States, people just invented narratives about how they could be damaged by the vaccines and didn't get vaccinated, and as a result, millions continue to die. And if you think of climate change, I mean, any action on any of these issues that Ellen highlighted will require a certain amount of forbearance. We need to be able to act now to take policies which will certainly have some hurt some people, and we'll have to be able to tell them that, look, yes, but we will somehow make you whole. I mean, and in particular, think about what's critical to, carbon taxation. Carbon taxes are typically, in a country like France, they hurt the poor. The people who don't live in metropolitan cities, who have to drive cars. And for all of those people, we need to be able to credibly say, we will somehow make you whole. And we have, and the reason why I think there is so little action on so many of these things is critically connected, and why the US, for example, is moving in the opposite direction right now. The politics is moving to the right. It has critically connected to the systematic failure of governments to build trust. But this extends beyond, I think, just within countries. I think the narrative of government failure, one that my community of economists have often contributed to, is critical also in thinking about why people aren't acting right now on all the global concerns, in particular the concern that there will be millions of children especially in Africa, who will die of starvation in this moment. And the reason why we're not acting is we have this narrative that these governments are incompetent, they're corrupt, they won't do anything. And I think there's always all of those things. There is incompetence. There's incompetence in the US. There's competence in France. I dare say, the minister will correct me, but I dare say there is some incompetence in France as well. But I do think that the broad narrative that governments are incompetent is just false. I mean, if you look at the last 20 years, the number of children dying before 5 has halved. The number of women dying in childbirth has been reduced by 30%. And these happen not in the richer countries. These didn't happen in China. They happened in Africa. But our narrative is always that there are these governments which are corrupt, which are incompetent. Let's not do anything, therefore, because nothing can be done. I think we have to start to transform the world, we have to believe it can be transformed. We have to believe in the possibility that not us, but the whole world can contribute to transformation. And if we do, then we can.
Thank you very much.
Dominique de Villepin, I'm turning to you to conclude the panel, then we'll take the questions from the audience. Now, for a man like you, political character, you had high responsibilities that we all know. A man like you who today go around the world ceaselessly, what is the best way to do what we know we have to do and that we are not doing? Arthur Rimbaud warned us, it can only be the end of the world when we move forward. Therefore, for mankind, we have to pull out of childhood, we have to move on to adulthood and face the rough reality. And let me share 3 convictions. First, disruption is necessary. The good old days of transition, of transformation, progressive transformation is gone. Just look at all the plans that multiplied for more than a century. I'm referring to the Young Plan in 2029 on the rescaling of the German repairer, which a few weeks later was abandoned because of the crisis of 29, and it was supposed to last until 1988. Many econometric and ecological models, unfortunately, experienced the same fate. Within this context, in my opinion, there are 3 missed opportunities in the last 2 years, which should lead us to wake up. First, missed opportunity, the COVID crisis. Hélène Rey said it. We had the opportunity for vaccination of the whole world. We didn't do it. Second opportunity, missed the war in Ukraine. We could, together with the Versailles Summit, of having unanimous decision to decide immediate sanctions that would have allowed a short war. We missed that as well. And third element, the accumulation of debts that we experience at the scale of the planet, but that's the case in France and in Europe. And we keep being totally addict to debt and to overconsumption. From then on, we have a duty for truth. I was amazed by the reproach made to François Mitterrand and Jacques Chirac to have organized a great lie about Europe. Well, I fear that in the next few years, there will be the same reproach to the current leaders to have organized a great lie about the war, the spiral of the war and its consequences, as well as on the debt, at a time where we will have to wake up, and unfortunately, future generations will have a high tribute to pay. Therefore, we have to rethink our systems. It is true of democracy. It is true of the market. If only for democracy, and I think the French elections in that respect are a great opportunity to convey democracy from the simple rule of majority to the consensus, pull out of the democratic myopia to integrate long-term and the necessary choices. In my opinion, this is a good thing. Second conviction, we need priorities and we need principles. Priorities, we know them: climate, better sharing of wealth, and better opportunity for all. In that sense, we need to apply the rule of law nationally, internationally, but we need principles which have to be respected and which are essential at the time of resentment. Cynthia Fleury would talk better about that. We are at the days of global resentment, with the struggle between the West and emerging countries, and the national resentment with this confrontation between the people and the so-called elite. So come out of this logic of resentment, and 2 ways to do so, 2 main principles: unity, initial unity of international community. We cannot allow to enter division games, the separations, democracy against autocracy, West versus East, the Occident versus fanatics. All these divisions do not make it possible to overcome the main challenges, and that includes the ecological challenge. Third conviction, we need European leadership. Indeed, what is Europe today? It is a Europe of a battlefield, and it is variable of adjustment in the world in the rivalry between China and the US. We see the attention in Europe is shifting east. It is fully focused, rightly so, on the war in Ukraine, yet not clearly, while not taking the proper decisions, and sometimes keeping these wars going on. So we have to understand the need for negotiation and compromise. We won't pull out of a crisis without political compromise. And second necessity, the European leadership should be allied with the emerging countries. And what I'm saying, and I'm the only one to say it, this alliance between Europe and the emerging countries is the only chance for a balance of the planet. We Europeans have no interest for power, but we have the sense of global interest and what we have in common. We have to decenter our vision. General de Gaulle did it in the middle of the 1665 press conference, where he was challenging the hegemony of the dollars. 66 discourse of Phnom Penh contest challenging the US policy in Vietnam. All this is essential because we must actually, get back and be reconquer get back to the alliance with the emerging. Nobody understands what the European wants, and I was in Africa, in Brazil. Nobody understood what we're doing in Ukraine at the time when, it is Sudan, Ethiopia, and Yemen. So clearly, it is essential that Europe should not lose track of this global vision, whereas the entropy, shrinking on our own territories tend to take over. By way of conclusion, we need to do everything to avoid the disaster, but we must do everything to get ready for it. Thank you all. Time for questions now. I'm sure we got lots of questions. So, well, clearly we all, we're in shock, in awe, in reflection. So, participants are, Madam. We need a microphone, Madam. Please introduce yourself and express a short, brief question.
I'm Dominique de Gasquet. I was a teacher in literature, and I've been teaching in Delhi University and in Rwanda, in Morocco. And I have a question for you. Do you think that education, of course, can transform the world, but how can we do it collectively, as said Mr. de Villepin? That means Europe and other countries, emergent countries together. Because I think this is a point, this is important, and I thank you for your communication.
Fozia.
Well, I think education should no longer be a social. I think there should be more investment. There should be more, focus on education. It should no longer be a social service. There should be, it should be an area where the governments see themselves committed, the private sector, for quality, for connectivity. But in the context of Afghanistan, of course, it's a very different context. We have gone to zero location. And of course, on a personal level, it's heartbreaking for me to remind myself of what's happening in Afghanistan in terms of the education, because, under the pretext of religion, we are taking back hundreds of years, which even it's not Islamic. What Islam says is about education, about acceptance. So I think we have to really open our doors for more scholarship, invest in education, hold the countries accountable, the emerging countries, for quality education. And in the case of Afghanistan, I think you should continue to push for girls' education, because right now, even now that we are talking, we have at least 6 schools inside Afghanistan that are functioning, on a private base, but also secretly. It's, as somebody who know the value of education, I am who I am because of my education. Now to go back to start teaching girls in private homes is, it's not a nice moment, but this is something we have. So I think you as an individual need to raise your voice for our cause with your government. I know Ukraine is a priority for you all, and Afghanistan is no longer making the headlines, but let's remember that these are 2 different conflicts. The conflict in Afghanistan, if the world did not fail Afghanistan, in a way it did. You think the war in Ukraine would have happened? I think no. I think if Afghanistan was where it was last year this time, not controlled by Taliban, the war in Ukraine never had actually started to the extent that it has, because Europe and West and US lost its moral world leadership. The war in Ukraine started. So if you continue to ignore Afghanistan and do not focus on the needs of the people and raise the voices of us, I know you are tired of speaking about Afghanistan, listening about Afghanistan, and listening to us. It has been 4 decades of war. But I think the more you continue to ignore Afghanistan, the more you will face these consequences, or countries like Afghanistan.
Thank you. D'autres questions?
Are there any other questions? Yes, there's one over there. We'll bring you the mic. The lady sitting on the 3rd row. A short question, and please introduce yourself. Hello, I'm a speech therapist, Madame Alouin. This is a question for Cynthia. Where is the problem? Is it not a lack of humility and a lack of empathy in medicine, in doctors, for example? And should doctors not come face to face with the homeless people in order to gain more empathy? this is a joke that we often hear. What is the icing on the cake for a doctor? It's when he becomes ill and he wants to be treated differently. And so there are a lot of differences in medical treatment. So the word which is important is cooperation. And what was said in the round table, this is a question of trust, the need for trust. And over the past 20 years, the way we've been organized on a micro scale have been about rational management. We get a feeling of replaceability, striking some subjects off the discussion list, rather than taking care on our institutions so that we can take care of them, so that we make sure they are sustainable. These institutions must take care of the individuals who we are. So the word robust is very important here as well. We have injected a lot of sentimentality into trust. Trust is the main driver of the economy. It's the driver of a country. It's speed. It's kinetics. So in the times that we have, the time that we have in front of us it's making an emergency situation banal and everyday. That's what we're looking towards. It's a question of the unknown, lack of certainty, and faced with that, there's one single thing which will enable us to have a bit of salvation, and that is trust, bravery, values. Because fundamentally, we are not used to managing these new ways of operating, so we have to restore our values and trust, and that's absolutely all determining. This morning we heard Bruno Le Maire talk about purchasing power. Cooperation is the purchasing power of the poorest. Cooperation is the matrix frame for innovation for everybody. So fundamentally, I'm a researcher and a teacher. I'm involved in education and healthcare, but all institutions, including businesses, must do this within their own organizations. Two more questions from the floor, the two gentlemen. Thank you very much. I listened to the round table, but I'm Philippe Trénard from the Cercle des Économistes. But you said that we have to negotiate and we have to have a notion of compromise. We have to work together, particularly with emerging countries. But on the other hand, what we see in Madame Kofi's country, we see a total refusal of negotiation. So how on earth do we move forward in this debate? We can see even in our own countries, there's some of the conflict which we are saying between the populace and the elite. It's a conceptualization of another conflict, which is a conflict between those who do want to negotiate and those who don't want to negotiate. So how do we broach this? Because Europe, has it not exhausted its negotiation capacities?
Well, first, I think certain things should not be done, and this is unfortunately the logic we are likely to follow as we in Ukraine. The regime of change policies. When there are major blockages or when there are attitudes which are that of rejection and sectarism. That's the case of what we saw in Afghanistan, for example. Well, is the force logic or the logic of a change of regime? No, you cannot impose democracy through force. This is the lesson we can learn from all the military intervention in the last 20, 30 years, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya. Second, we need the unity of the international community. This is why nothing can be done without seeking the unity. And it's not unanimity, but for example, just imagine to regulate the major problem of the world without the emerging countries, without China. It's not possible. And in the case that you mentioned, the case of Afghanistan, clearly, first and foremost, and that was fascinating for the last 20 years, the little attention paid by the countries next to Afghanistan to the fate of Afghanistan, and quite to the contrary, many actually, in fact, would add difficulties and, enjoy the difficulty, without seeking solution. So we're dealing with different pragmatic strategies, but which in no case should lead Western countries to consider that they have the recipe. You have to play with local mediation countries. The emerging countries are very good, including, you know, a country like Belgium can unlock several situations at the European level where there are countries, it could be the case for Ukraine, for China, possibly Israel, possibly the Senegal, which could contribute to this. So those are often indirect strategies, but indispensable, but not confrontation.
Accenture CEO for Technology Europe. I'm very pleased to see the panel where I see more women than men in terms of number. And I have to recognize that when I look to other panels, in particular CEO of company, it was more men. So nothing against men, I'm part of them. But when we look to solutions, we talk about caring about the world, caring about the planet, caring about the people, caring about the citizen. Who are the best to fix and propose ideas and implement them? I have to say, because that's what we have seen from some of you, they are women. And in some places, like there are rules to get more women at board, there are rules to get maybe more women in every government, but it's not done. So what collectively, and the question can be for women and for men, what can we collectively do to accelerate the position of women at leadership position, to take decision, to care more about the planet, the people, the citizen, everyone, and fix the objectives set by those two days. Thank you.
Merci. Qui veut répondre à cette question?
Who would like to answer this?
C'est simple, hein, donc c'est.
Well, it's quite easy as far as I can see. University, we've hardly got sex equality at universities. It's yet another sexist stronghold. There is a lot of room for maneuver. We are working specifically with our PhD students, but it's true we are getting more women in the different bodies and the roles of professors and all of the positions of responsibility. We're getting more women up there, but it is a challenge, and it's a challenge that is present also in other parts of the economy. We see that as soon as we're talking about engineering, science, etc., there is still a lot of work to be done. We have to be offensive, but just take a look at medicine. But today, girls are in the lead, and you will mainly have lady doctors treating you in a few years' time. And that is often a sign, sadly, that the profession is going to be earning less money. So having more women in the profession isn't always very, very easy. But these are resilient zones. We've got professors, universities, etc., which are very resilient, and so we have to get women in there as well. They have to be able to enter into that zone, particularly in France here. There's another gentleman with a question there. Hello. Shapir One. I'm a student at Aix-Marseille University. I've got a question for everybody. It's a transversal question. It's about trust. The question of trust has come up several times. I'd like to take the example of COVID, where there was a duel between the people and the elites. But what about a government that when the government says it's not going to extend the health pass to everyday activities, but then goes ahead and does it quite soon after that? How can you trust politicians when they say anything, when they do what they say they're not going to do? Thank you very much for that very important question. I'm going to ask Dominique de Villepin this. You went through... It's a poisonous gift here. Poison gift. You were responsible for public policy and trust with the voters. This is a question which you had a close brush with. You mentioned this when you were speaking earlier on. You pointed out that increasing feeling. How can we combat that increasing feeling in our democracies?
I think the main recipe, should there be one, it is to tell the truth. This is what makes the work of governance so difficult in its demand for modesty and results. But the duty for truth is to consider that the problem as perceived by the leader has to be understood by the one who is governed, by the citizen. And it is the gap which is very wide in a country like France with lots of hierarchy, centralization, and country which is often blocked with habits. So this is what we still have to do. And we're very fortunate in the last election in that now this work is mandatory. There is no possible action of the government of the president without going for a trust of a large part of the national representations and of the population. So in that respect, there is an obligation for imagination, there is work of compromise, which is imposed as an initial rule, while the temptation often is to govern from top down and sometimes from too high. Mr. Banerjee, you have comments to make on the question of trust. You did mention it too.
I guess I think the spirit of the question, in a sense, is I think already founded in the lack of trust, because in many ways you want the governments to be flexible. I think to say today, in something like COVID, where we didn't know anything about its transmission ability, the fact that there were new variants, and how how costly it is to our health, it must be that if we really had trust in government, we would say, look, yes, say what you think today and change your mind. I think part of our problem is precisely that we are so suspicious of governments that they're scared of changing their mind. They stick to something too often rather than, I sort of have the opposite view to you, that I think the really costly thing is a certain kind of stubbornness, because we, in a sense, are so scared of saying that, look, we didn't know. We learned, new things came out. And I think the core of trust is when we can say we were wrong, but now we can be right. And till we get there, in a sense, I think changing your mind is, is very difficult for people in authority. And in a sense, it undermines their ability to be good.
Marine, for the last word. In your presentation earlier on, you had a very strong phrase when you shared your experience and the fact that you built this beautiful project over 20 years. You said, at times, we have to shake the hands of the devil. Is that necessary?
Indeed. When I go out into the field, I cannot become involved. I put myself in the shoes of the child with no legs and in the shoes of the Taliban. I know who they are. I know where they come from. The younger Taliban, for example, I know who they are. They're orphans who were forced to go off and study in the madrasa in Pakistan, the enemy, if you like. And then they were told to go out and spread the good word of Islam. The same for the Russians today. I covered the war in Georgia, Chechnya, and I saw who these kids were. They went off to wage war. They're not paid. They come from zones which are far away from Putin's power. They've got all kinds of cysts and kists on their bodies. They really were very envious of the food we were eating. I was with some French soldiers, and they were jealous of the food we had. And I'm not seeing monsters when I have that knot of fear in my stomach, and when I have some French soldiers with me and I go and shake hands with the Taliban to get them to understand that we can have shared values, sacred values. Children are sacred, and they need to help us. Hospitals in the area were all blown up. Ours wasn't blown up. And I don't know, because it's because we had that exchange or because I gave my word, but sooner or later you have to know how to make peace. We're all fed up of all these endless wars. Let it stop. Thank you, Marine. Thank you, everybody, for being with us for this panel session. We've talked about the problems of the world. Now we're going to talk about some solutions. And the moment you've all been waiting for, this is the Cercle des Économistes declaration. I'm going to ask the head man himself to come up and make that declaration.
I will ask Françoise Benamou and René Muselier. So, just make a comment. Please. Marine. Let me make a comment which concerns us all. Please, for the last 2 days, I see only smiling faces and people who said to me, it's great, oh, the tents are great, oh, lunch is brilliant, oh, this or that, you know. So it was beautiful. So it's a bit hot, but doesn't matter. So I thought, okay, well, they're very nice, they're very friendly, a bit suddenly off track, all of you. And the only true topic we had, and it is the only reason why we can all be very happy now, is that, as we said initially, the discussion in our country, the economic and social debate did not take place during the elections. And we all have, all those who took the floor, we initiated the discussion. Of course, it's only the beginning, but it is truly the reason for the success of the next 2.5 days. And good food was brilliant, by the way. But you know, we restarted the discussion in the country, so they will be rapidly, because everybody is we need to speed up. There will be a few words from our host in the Région Sud, Renaud Muselier, and then with Françoise, we're going to rapidly give you the declaration that will be handed over to you. It will be handed over to you rapidly. And then we'll do the thanks, you know, and clearly, please give you a round of applause, very warm, to applaud all those who really made this event possible. Renaud, you have the floor. Two words. First, to thank you, the Économistes, and all those who came for the last 2 days to listen. Strategists, geopoliticians, economists, social and environmental experts, with the need to say how we going to make the world of tomorrow. So thank you to the Économistes, Hervé specifically, because you drive the team, and it is an honor to have you in the Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur in the Région Sud, because it is a major strategic site that we can think, reflect and work, and then we will have to repeat that. But beyond that, I would like to insist by saying that as a president of the region, Carole Delga who is my neighbor from Occitanie, president of the Région de France, tell you that in fact we, politicians, and I'm a doctor, I heard potential criticism, we must modify our own territories. In a region like the Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur Sud region, we got the sea, the mountain, 3 main metropoles, major industries, 10 natural parks. How can we do a better life, a good life, and to make sure that in this world that is changing, and you heard it for 2 days and a half, with the industries which shift in this need to protect the environment, we, political managers, especially in the Provence-Alpes d'Azur, which is the size of Belgium, the population of Finland, the GDP of New Zealand, well, we're a small country. How could decentralization proceed? Because you don't deal with water, which is a recurrent problem. How do we ensure the wines, the vineyards in the yard, the hay of Camargue and the melons and Cavaillon? We must organize our territory to have the captation of European funds to provide our region and state plans so that this population basin could function. So he wants me to stop now. You who are starving, you don't necessarily have to listen to me, but let me tell you this. The political action implies decentralization because systematically obstacles we face will vary from one department to another, from one region to the other, and we have to work with state Europe. This is how it works, and this is what we try to run. Thank you, X. Thank you, thank you to you, and great. Long live the Sud Région. It's nice, and we'll come back. Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back. Now, you will have the declaration with you, and François will spare you a legacy description of all the proposals. They're all of great quality. They're all consensual, or most of them, or almost most of them, and they are, in fact, you should look at them, discuss them, than to take them as an absolute truth. This year, I think it was complicated. Brunet Le Maire early on gave us a remarkable explanation of what we have to do. I hope we've taken note because we'll have to follow and monitor this closely, as he said. But we face 2 main difficulties. First one is that to talk about my case as an economist who is not a spring chicken, we have never known such a strong uncertainty period. Those who give us forecasts for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years are actually either optimistic or total about their own competence, or they're quick mind thinker, but nobody today knows precisely what is going to happen in the next 12, 13, 14 months that will come. First. Second comment, from the start, you remember that we thought it was complicated in our 2.5 days of work, is the fact that we do have a lot of ambition, succeed with transformations of the world. You saw in the last session that it is difficult, it's complicated, discourses are different, but it is a great ambition to deal with all the topics, in so many sessions. At the same time, try to make sure that the short-term measures which have to be implemented, and they were mentioned this morning by the Minister of Economy and yesterday by the Prime Minister, well, they should not be in contradiction with our ambitions for the coming years. So if I take the calendar of the president, well, you know, a year, then 4 years. So, and you can see clearly that basically when we talk about themes which seem consensual, decarbonation, all the topics that were mentioned, we can see that in fact, immediately there is some kind of a return to urgency. Yeah, and this is why we must, this is what we try to do in a text which is quite far from being perfect, you know, but it is purely for pedagogy and discussion, try to establish a real economic and social strategy which maybe has started this weekend, and let's the discussion that we all had and the leaders and their opponents is essential. Now, I'll take a few seconds for short term. Françoise will take long term, and of course, what's smart is second part, and it's normal, and try to follow the recommendation of the previous session, and I'll try to tell you in 2 words what we tried to build. That is, it was debated, not by all the cercle, you know. There is a part of truth. Il faudrait qu'il relève le micro. Il a le micro là. The hypothesis that you know, we all know that this period of price increases will be short. People, when I say short, when we talk with Bruno Le Maire, with all, you know, they all agree. Jeremy Powell, we realize that each say, okay, I'm going to eradicate inflation in a short time, in a few months, and I'll be able to have a growth or development logic for more favorable. And therefore, when you look at the US, you realize that in the increase of the interest rate, but an increase of 5% of public spending, which shows that everybody is on a very short register. And what we recommend, and I do believe with a lot of good sense, is to let central banks to play their role. They're independent, but moreover, it is for them to try to solve rapidly. We take the hypothesis of 12 months to solve the problems of inflation, which disturb the vision, we know. This has an impact on the purchasing power. Second aspect, and the government will do by saying of it, that is to have a purchasing power support policy strong, focused on, well, it was said by many, focused on the lowest revenues, the lowest income. You don't to have measures that would concern 10 millions of French, tens and tens of millions of French, you know, figures once, 5, sometimes 1.5 times the SMIC. But anyway, the idea is that it is those who are in difficulty that really need help for 12 months that should be privileged. You know, on a personal note, this engages only me. It would have been very smart not to take, to slice the support, but to have a global check for a simple reason that if you slice something, you go, all those at the borderline will complain. So you're sure that you're going to have 60, 70 million of French people who will be unhappy, even though the argument of Lionel Fontanier is very good, which consists in saying that in the parliament it's easier to discuss 14 measures than one, but Lionel Fontanier is not always right. Sometimes he makes mistakes. So the government at the same time, and then we'll move on to the second part, it has to be credible, and its credibility has to have a sound base. That was mentioned by Bruno Le Maire. In my opinion, it was insufficient. The problem of our public expenditures is not that they're bad in themselves. The entire operating system is rusty, not fully adapted to all the hierarchy. This is not adapted. And the idea which is developed in this paper you got here, that you will have, is to say that we need to deeply modify the operation of the state in the broad meaning of the word. And it so happens that a few years ago, we initiated an approach that was abandoned afterwards, but what we call the GDPR, you know, I cut 2 or 3% everywhere, which consisted, in fact, of going from a world of obligation of means, I give so much to a ministry or to second, to an obligation of objectives, defined objectives, which means then all the state apparatus, fully transformed, will be comprised of units of all different natures without their budget, their responsibility, their objectives, and it's very much like Philippe Agnon, or it's like Sweden and Canada, you know, the idea that, which had been started by Lalolf, abandoned a few months in reality, but basically, which is fundamental organization. Second topic, and I close on that, we need a discourse now on youth. We've had several meetings about youth, and we realized that the understanding of this youth of 11,300,000 people from 18 to 29, if we exclude a few of us here, this youth does not believe in the future, does not believe in the possibility to be inserted and so on and so forth. So the best example is that of pensions. And I think it is absurd to have a political discussion in our country focused on the demographic aspect, on pension, to know if we are going to add one trimester or two, and not pay attention to the fact that 1.5 million young people called the NEELs, who are totally desocialized, or there's only one purpose in objective in life, 80% is to find means of a meaning of life. So what does it mean? That we, and I conclude, means simply that we don't fight for the public deficits for 12 months. It's useless, and it won't be the case, so let's not tell ourselves stories. Second topic is that at the same time, you know, I'm consensual, at the same time, we initiate 2 major operations, transformation of a world, from a world of means to a world of objectives, to be understood by using this LOLF, but possibly by expanding it, and second aspect, by launching a discourse to youth, simply because the chance of the country to have a great opportunity, a great youth, we always said it's great, but anyway, it is like us, but well, it is neither better nor worse, you know. So, okay, and we're not that bad anyway. So on those optimistic words, I give the floor to Françoise Belladou for the second part.
So there's so much to say, but I don't have very much time. Jean-Hervé, you've said we are living in a lot of uncertainty. So some subjects really bubble to the surface, which pertain to the longer term, and you'll find them in this brochure which has been handed out. Speeding up the ecological transition, youngsters, industrial sovereignty, redistribution strategies, and the intergenerational pact. I'm not going to talk about each one of those different subjects, or the tools, or all the goals, but just a few words all the same about the ecological transition. And I know I am listened to by all of these youngsters, so they are organizing, they will be organizing our Cercle des Économiques meeting in 2030, and it will be 50 degrees in the shade. So we need to decarbonize our energy. This is very important. We also have to speed up technical renovations of our buildings. That means we need financial commitments, but we also need jobs. We need the right jobs. We need to find them, perhaps go out and look for people in other business sectors where they don't have any work. So there are other measures which are just as important. Youth and training, of course. You've already talked about this subject. It's absolutely vital to get back to that Republican promise of good schooling, good healthcare. So that is so important. School to begin with, we see that the school results are going down. In the ranking tables, France is going down. But that's not the only thing. We've always also got a crisis for recruiting teachers. And that is the symptom of a much deeper crisis. And we have a lot of work to carry out on that front. We mentioned a few measures. We have boarding schools for excellence, and we have other kind of commitments for youngsters and systems to help people succeed, help the youngsters succeed, working with the youngsters, and sometimes it's the youngsters themselves deploying. And then as far as higher education is concerned, we are going to have to identify where we are today. What are we spending nowadays? We don't know precisely. And for example, we will have to double the amount of grants. Third major subject, industrial and technological sovereignty. There's a lot of geostrategic tension in the world today. We have to embrace this new world order in a positive way. There is some work which has to be carried out, but we have to look forward and move forward in reindustrialization towards sectors of the future. And we have to set up an agency like the one that exists in the States, an agency that that supports research, gives researchers a lot of freedom. And that's a job we have to get down to. If I've got a little bit more time, let's talk about other subjects. The regulatory lowest wage possible. A minimum wage. So the question of the minimum wage is important. We have to think about the minimum wage when we're talking about how we distribute revenue and wealth and inheritance. That takes me onto the intergenerational pact. We really have to put the magic back in there. In both directions, we need intergenerational solidarity with a whole series of measures that we are putting forward in our declaration. I think I've already taken up too much time. So all of these elements will take us back to democracy so that everybody will have a fair shot at good life, the youngsters, the elders, and even those who are not in employment. Thank you very much. Okay.
So, sorry, maybe keep your uploads now because your hands will become painful. Will be painful. First, I want to say that the declaration was widely worked and written by two young persons. I don't know where they are. Can we see them? I would like to tell, please, Elodie. Where is Elodie? Elodie and Theodore. So everything is in there, so it's great, it's great. Second topic, Marion, could you join us on stage, Marion? Now, I mean, we shared the jobs because it's, the things. So I want to say the great thank to this organization, which is amazing. By the way, I said earlier on, we initiated the discussion, but the whole organization was amazing. Marie Castin, who's the president. Guillemette, our Secretary General, and I don't know where she is, but she's great too. And then it was amazing work to organize, and as you said rightly, that I don't know if you said it, but I say it again, that it is the main event in Europe, by the way, in the economic domain, in the best regions of France, in the best region of France. So the program was organized with, of course, the Cercle des Économistes, with the two presidents and co-president, that is Mr. Hippolyte Dalbis and Françoise Benamou, and all the members. But Marion, on my right, who's got lovely earrings and who run the team and went to look for people, the great people you had in the final session. She went all over the world, so congratulations. This year, unlike last year, we balanced our accounts thanks to 120 companies. And I want to say that to be here costs a lot of money, though. It's costly. We have to put the floor everywhere. So, do you see what I mean? You see what I mean? So you get me? So Hélène, where are you, Hélène? Stand up, Hélène. And then the organization, your tents, the lunches, good, everything you had. Well, there's a young lady called Laure. And then we have to manage the environment, the political environment of the region. And there is someone, we have a representative who really, she came from the metropole, and I love you, my city of Aix, and how can I not think that Marseille is a place? Nicole over there. And I close because then I will give the floor to my colleagues. But, well, all those sessions, 62 sessions, so 62 sessions, they were all facilitated, invented, thought about, worked by members of the Cercle, or people who are close to us for a long time. And I want to tell them, members of the Cercle, I'm part of that. I haven't left, I'm still part of it, I'm not gone. I want to tell them that I feel so proud to be with them, and it's great. And last topic, one specific thanks. You were not all here yesterday for the concert, jazz concert. It was amazing, fantastic. And certainly the best jazz guitar player in the world. For those who were not here, well, try to find the tapes. You will never see something. It so happens that all this was organized in cooperation with Philippe Allon, which is the manager of the Banque Postale, La Poste. Well, the Poste, you thought they were just stamps. No, jazz as well.
I will continue with the thanks then. So Marion, we can give you a second round of applause. The work you put in was absolutely amazing. Well done. Great coordination of all of the team, the program, the comm, and I'd also like to raise your hand if I call your name, Clément Lebourg.
Yes. Lise Frisch, elle n'est pas là, Elise. Elliot de Faramond, bravo. Pauline Despis, Emma Ignace et Nicolas Gio. Et vraiment bravo, c'est incroyable.
Well done, you did an amazing job, absolutely amazing. I didn't have an opportunity to thank my team, so I would now like to thank the other teams. We had the events team and the accommodation team, and that was no small feat with Alexandra, who was in charge of all the accommodation. with Solveig Alleg, who worked with her. Myriam Abassa was on the team too.
Pour les transports, Olivier.
For transport, Olivia and Vincent. In Helen's team with the partnerships, we had Anaïs Couraud.
Et Alice Campana, un polo blanc vraiment incroyable. La parole au 18-28. Donc.
So we had the youngsters in those blue polo shirts. They were organized by Leah. Helped by Emma. In the communications department, we had the following people.
Et au community manager, Anne Bidoli à la presse, aidée par Éloi Leroux et Hugo Rouzade. Merci. Dans l'équipe que vous avez...
In the team, you may have seen less, but they took care of the finance and the backstage work. We've got the following people.
Essentiel. Et pendant ces rencontres, à l'accueil, il y avait Flore Michel, Catherine Filonzuc, Inès Madi, Benoît Viviano et Monique Miègemol. Merci. Et on a tenu les timings.
And we were managing always to be on time. We had watchkeepers, the following people.
Kevin, Paul, Sonia. Et je termine avec les 110 polos blancs de Sciences Po, l'ESCA et la plateforme.
And of course, we had 100 youngsters in the white t-shirts from Sciences Po here in Aix.
Okay, keep a bit of applause because those who are coming are essential for us, not for you, for us. So, first, we would like to thank, of course, and then we'll conclude on that too, the city of Aix-en-Provence and the mayor, Mrs. Joissin. The festival, the Aix Opera Festival. But, and I want to tell you that the jazz last night was great, by the way. Marcus Miller was amazing. So Marcus is not there, but clearly, thank you, Marcus. Aix-Marseille University. Again, by the way, you found the facility is great. As I said, it's not free, so it's great, but you'll be back to the amphitheaters, possibly even better next year. We don't know yet. The Alain Viviano, who is the youngest pensioner in France. It doesn't make this retired early. That is still young. The cruise, of course, great. This is amazing because it was very good. It was very good. There are many companies which work day and night because, in fact, the city of Aix authorized us to use the facilities, but we needed to have a limited time. So, to install this, it worked day and night. To take an example, last night there was the installation for the Marcus Miller Jazz. It was huge, but we at 2 o'clock they had to remove the trucks and so on and so forth. Anyway, so companies keep their name because they're great, they're good, they're good. You've been a company called EXO, the one who does all the canopies. Olivier Rougier. Boreal, of course, which is the good one. We started 2 years ago. We went to the Maison de la Radio. It was confinement, and we started setting up the hybrid system, which made it possible for us today to be followed all over the world. You know, there's hundreds of thousands of people. We worked with a company in Marseille, which, trust me, and I have no personal interest, by the way, but if they want to send me a box of chocolate, but anyway, it's an amazing company. It's called A3 Production, and it's called Denis Rousot. Yeah. Aviso Events. Aviso Events do the audiovisual, but you saw we're great, we're good, yeah. Now, for those who used it, you had meals and the Provençal American breakfast. We'll do Polynesian ones. I'd like Polynesian one next time. Hélène Traiteur in Avignon. Again, no interest in that. We have a communication team which helps us with Marion, a young team, dynamic, highly talented. We talked about us, so of course Mrs. Bounds, Bonsaid, Lagarde helps, Mr. Le Maire helps, but it's true that you help us, but we should have talent to know how to organize communication, and it was this company called Enderby, I think, and Cécile Jacquet. Only 4 left. The Net Squad deals with social networks. Net Squad, you know, social networks, you know what it means. Okay, well, because of the average mean age of the room. Thank you. Photographers called the Glass House. Why not? Thank you. Reprography Crillon, and you went from one place to the other, one amphitheater to the other, from one hotel to the next, to etc., etc. You got everything, and it is a company which do transportation called SSR car. So therefore, I could remind their names. It is a technology that underbuild. So SR is SSR. It's SSR would be weird. SSK. So thank you all. And wait. First and foremost, there is the participants, the partners, you, and the human beings. That's the only thing that counts. And take care of yourselves. And as they say now, in the weather forecast, they say, pay, you know, so be careful. Et les interprètes, ils puent le mazout. Je vais lui dire quand même, parce que c'est pas sympa. Bon allez, c'est fait.
C'est une bonne chose de faite.
Ouais.